Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. Hello. And by the way, this is Technology Thursday. Yes, we are here. And we are in the midst of technology changing under our feet every single day. It's kind of amazing. Facebook is now looking at creating cryptocurrency. I'm sure everybody's concerned about where Facebook is going with all kinds of changes and leaks and data and all that. And now they're taking on cryptocurrency when they can't even manage your own name and your password. So it's like, come on, you're getting ahead of yourself. Big news, Kevin Spacey, allegedly a disgraced Kevin Spacey is caught up in a murder scandal. Yeah. Spacey's alleged first accuser has been found dead. Wow. Unbelievable. First whistleblower to go public with allegations branding shameless Kevin Spacey a sexual predator is dead, and her grieving family is demanding answers. Wow. Radar Online is going to look at that. We'll be getting to that in a little bit. Yeah. Don't know what to think of that. I never followed that stuff. Remember we talked about that? You're supposed to stop doing that? Talk about politics, man. Now, we all heard the Hawaiian senator call William Barr, or Bill Barr, as he likes to call himself, a liar yesterday. And he's not testifying because he can't handle the stress. But we're trying to figure out what's going on with this guy. Why did he write a 19-page letter to Rod Rosenstein saying there should never be an investigation into obstruction, which, by the way, is obstruction itself, writing the 19-page letter. And then he said not to investigate Michael Flynn, who was a known Russian agent, we found out later. And then he is the one deciding that there's no obstruction. And somehow the world revolves around him? I don't think so. And I think the more the Democrats find out about this guy, and getting his notes would be essential, the more we're going to realize this guy is working for Russia. And he's not the only one working for Russia. I exposed Lindsey Graham is on the Russian payroll with over $800,000 of donations to his campaign from Russian oligarchs connected to Vladimir Putin. Mitch McConnell is on the Russian payroll. I'm not kidding. We're talking total collusion here, people. Yeah, really weird stuff happening in America right now. I've never seen a nation this confused in my life, and I've lived here my whole life. Let's take a look at the, oh yeah. See?
You're listening to Virtual Interactive Chat.
I can't go in there. Well, every time I go in there, things get weird. Yeah, I've got to do some work on that. That scene has got to stop. You're listening to Virtual Interactive Chat for sure. And to get ahead of those people asking for the requests for what's going on.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
I don't use that bad word. So, no, I don't. Because I, like many people, have things to do. Yeah, like work. Now, I work all the time. I never stop working, but I don't get paid for it. I'm part of the hidden economy. Because I retired at a young age because I saved enough money to pretty much handle life, and I didn't need to worry. Unlike Trump, who's deep in debt to Deutsche Bank and trying to hide his records so that the Democrats can't find out he's been dealing with Russian oligarchs and money laundering. Ew. He doesn't look like me, no. I'm way better looking, as you know. But the bottom line is, I don't have any children. I have you. You're my child. All of you. We need to get this country a purpose and a place to go and something to live in. And this is a really great plan to merge technology and the work ethic to create improved homes, solar rooftops across the nation, and do it in a way that makes sense for everybody. The solar rooftop revolution will be born out of our Army Corps of Engineers, who will create solar panels like they do currently and roll out the solar panels. Check this out. These are Army Corps of Engineers solar panels that can be mass produced and put on roofs all across the nation. And there's nothing stopping us from making this happen except the will of the people. Now, how do we pay for the solar panels and the installation? Well, we're going to get it out of the savings in your electric bill. You're going to get a savings, and we're going to get some of that money, and we get it all the way through the length of the lease, maybe 50-year lease on your rooftop. So we'll be making more money than you can imagine on these solar panels. The country will. And you will too. You'll save money on your electric at the same time. So these are the kinds of things that we need to ramp up in dealing with the upcoming automation problem, where automation will be taking away your jobs. If you guys are making $20,000 a year right now, and I know a lot of you are, because that's kind of like the bare minimum to hang in there, you won't have a job. 80% of you won't have a job in 10 years. At least 80% of the workforce in that category will be losing their job to automation. Seriously. Robots, automated phone services, sales calls, automated, you name it. People who are making over $40,000 a year right now won't have, 30% of you are going to lose your jobs. Some of you you make pretty good money working as a legal aid in a law office. Some of you are even lawyers. Law offices will become obsolete. Doctors, think you're making a lot of money now? Wait till the automated doctors come on board and you won't have a job either. Because frankly, the internet knows more about our illnesses than you do. And I've seen this happen time and time again. I've gone to doctors and they don't know what the heck is going on. And you look up an illness and you see more about it than they'd even know. So truly, with the internet, shared information, a lot of these jobs are going to disappear. So we need to create new jobs. No question about it. Obviously, technology is more than just great, cool gadgets that we can all play with. It's going to have to mean we need to create the manual jobs that humans can do. We need to create new technologies, green, clean technologies that'll help clean the planet and make it better. We have to start doing that because the world's waiting for America to change. We've been leading the world in so many ways, and bad ways too. Consuming resources, creating plastic waste. That's not something we want to be known as in our legacy. I think we need to be now on a trend toward getting rid of plastic. So I'm going to recommend banning plastic. And I don't know if any Democrats are up to this, but I can tell you I'm ready to ban plastic. Plastic bags specifically. We have a big paper industry. We certainly can get paper bags to you to carry your groceries home. You're not going to be suffering. I was never an actor. I have never had professional training whatsoever. You've been muted. So banning plastic bags would be a big step in the right direction and would tell the world that we're finally recognizing we can't keep producing garbage. And Trump doesn't care about the garbage that's amassing at our border right now. You want Larry Sinclair right now? See what I mean? The more popular I get, the more people ask for the same things over and over again. It's crazy. And I have to appease them because they never saw it. When Barack Obama was president, the mainstream media would not play this guy talking about how he had sex with Obama.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Well, I'm shocked. Yeah, thank you for letting me play that. Now don't ask about it anymore. Thank you. I have to get that out of the way because some people just have to see that, right? And the other one right away. It's like a regular thing now. It's like, we got to see that video, Dave. We got to. Well, it's too bad you never got Barack Obama to admit that he did crack cocaine with Larry Sinclair. Yeah, and you never got him to even file a defamation lawsuit against Larry Sinclair because the truth is he did meet with Larry Sinclair, who didn't look like that when he was younger, you know. He was like a young, gay-looking man. No, the video is real. And you, sir, have been banned from the show. Yes, sir. We don't take your attitude. We don't like it. China already has food away to recycle plastic bags into fuel. Great. They can have all the plastic bags they want, but the problem is Donald Trump in a trade war with China that we could easily win. No problem. They won't take our plastic bags, okay? If you want to let them burn, digest, and eat and dump bacteria on those plastic bags, we got enough landfills to last for a long time. So it's not like we need this renewable resource plastic bags. No, we don't need that. We've got 2.2 billion currently watching. You're just feeding my ego. Stop that. You know only 2.1 billion are watching. Try not to exaggerate, okay? Thanks. Ban plastic bags, yeah. I know that sounds ridiculous, but really? Have you seen the crap in the ocean? It's bad, man. It's not getting any better either, people. Come on, people, now. Cry on your brother. Everybody get together. Anyway, we've got to do something to fix this incredible plastic problem. It's piling up on the shores of Manila. And Mr. Duterte is so angry, he's ready to attack Canada. How many planes does the Philippines? The Philippines must have a lot of planes. The total number of planes in the military is... Oh, they've got quite a few planes. List of active military in the Philippines. So they could veritably send a whole slew of F-15s over to Canada. I wish Trudeau would just send a barge over and some tugboats, because he's got a big waste problem. Yeah, see, they've got all these Akai FA-50PH. They've got search and rescue. They've got FA-50s. Surely they have combat aircraft beyond that. Wow. Okay. Well, they don't have that many combat aircraft. The Philippines is sitting on some trainer aircraft. They've got a UAV. It's an old Scan Eagle 2. Made by Boeing. Well, anyway, I'm not really that concerned about Philippines attacking Canada, especially with that small fleet of airplanes. Jeez. Yeah. Would you like to talk about your Republican views tonight? Maybe, touch on the fact that Lindsey Graham is receiving money from Russia? Yeah. This is directly from the Committee to Investigate Russia. Is Russian money behind Graham's growing defense of Trump? Yeah, apparently he got $800,000 in campaign donations from a man with ties to Putin-allied oligarchs, which would explain why the senator has been becoming increasingly supportive of Donald, and in fact even said to that Hawaiian senator that it was slander. Check that out. Lindsey Graham is feeding off the Russian tit, and so is Mitch McConnell. You guys who are conservatives start to wake up to what's happening. Russia's got their little claws in our government right now. It's going to be a lot harder than 448 pages of minutia from a guy who barely had a crap or a good bowel movement in probably 15 years. Robert Mueller. Yeah, exactly. So these people are feeding off the trough of Russia. We can't possibly think that for a second William Barr is doing anything but protecting Russia. So the more the Democrats dig, the more they're going to find, and this problem with Russia is not going away anytime soon. You're probably saying, gee, put this behind you, dude. It's like 2 years now we've been talking about this. Put it behind you. Well, Donald Trump got himself involved with these oligarchs. It's not our fault that we have to extricate our nation from the grip, the talons of control that Russia has taken over, rigging our election. You people should be ashamed of yourself who voted for Trump and continue to stand by him. Tragic news. Peter Mayhew, Star Wars saga Chewbacca, has died at the age of 74. Wow. What a rich and illustrious career. The towering English-born actor, best known for playing the free hero Chewbacca in Star Wars, died April 30th at his home in North Texas. He was 74. He put his heart and soul into the role of Chewbacca, and it showed in every frame of the films, from his knock-kneed running, firing his bowcaster from the hip, his bright blue eyes, down to each subtle movement of his head and mouth. The family said in a statement, but to him, the Star Wars family meant so much more than a role in a film. Wow. what an amazing actor. And his legacy as Chewbacca will go down in history among all known plushies and polar bears. Okay, Peter Mayhew, dead at 74. You should watch the episode of 5, The New Twilight Zone, David. Really? Well, I don't get CBS. I'm not in any way connected to cable. I'll have to watch it in repeat 10 years from now. Girl trains pet bird attack. Uh-oh. Girl trains pet bird to attack whoever she wants, isn't afraid to use her powers. Whoa. So this little girl is actually trained her parrot to be an attack parrot. And she's not afraid to use those abilities. Look at that. She posted a video of his niece's stunning powers. The girl has the absolute incredible ability to sick her pet bird on whoever she screams at. Wow. In the video, she stands in a bed where her bird perches on a bed frame. Then she turns to face the camera and lets out an unholy shriek. Without any hesitation, her bird launches itself at the poor soul recording the video. Let's take a look.
He's dead. He's dead.
Whoa! The power of the scream. That was crazy. That was really wild. Yeah, so she has the ability. She's the bird whisperer. Thanks for sharing, Pitoro. Very unique video there. Why is it you get all these pictures of children? You're the secretary of Pope Francis, right? Yeah, you have an inordinate number of pictures with children. Rick Schroeder, yeah, arrested for domestic violence, everybody. What's going on? I mean, this guy's like...
Actor Ricky Schroeder has been arrested for alleged domestic abuse for the second time in a month. You might remember him from TV shows like Silver Spoons way back when and NYPD Blue. Now, the LA County Sheriff says that deputies got called to his home and that they saw evidence of a fight between him and a woman. He was arrested for a similar allegation involving the same woman in April. The 49-year-old's out of jail on bond.
Wow, he's 49. I'm 59. Something's wrong here. Why do I look younger than him? That's weird. Am I not aging? Well, I guess not. I mean, my 10-year prospectus, the 10-year selfie thing, is kind of weird. It frankly freaks me out. Yeah. I'm looking at myself 10 years ago, and I don't see myself getting that much older. Here I was in 2008.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is, in fact, day 54.
I was so burned out at day 54. I'd done 540 hours of broadcasting, and we sent press releases all over the country. Not one single response. Not one single response, except for a friend of mine who is a journalist. He was a friend. Let me just say he's not a friend anymore, but I dormed with a guy. He was my dorm buddy, and he called me up out of the blue, and he said, "Dave, I heard you were running for president. How would you know?" He got one of my press releases. So the media essentially ignored me and everything about what I did. This is before I did the blackface. And I was so disappointed that not one single email got back and not one attempt by anybody in the media to even introduce what we were doing. I just said, I'm going to do something really powerful that'll spike the media and make me out to be somebody almost notorious. Because I wasn't about to sit back and be known as a guy who didn't have any coverage whatsoever. So I did something that was self-deprecating in some ways, because I put Marmite on my face and I pretended to be Barack Obama. And I created a video called Broke Insane Obamas, in which went viral. Unbeknownst to me, I actually pulled it off YouTube after it got a lot of negative hits, but somebody had copied it and sold it to dance halls across the country, and they made multiple copies in Blu-ray of this. And blackface has been huge. It hit the international markets, and Asia knows about me. People all around the world know about me because of that. And I'm glad I did it. Because in America, we have the freedom of speech to be able to do whatever we want and put out a photograph that may not be 100% flattering of the president, but it definitely was the only way I could impersonate a black president, was to do blackface. So people who are trying to deny me that right, and my rights of free speech, are the ones that we're really having a problem with now. The Democrats who are trying to frame everything as politically correct, now they're drifting off into LGBTQ land, where everything's got to be, transgender neutral, and children should be made aware they're not neither boys nor girls, they're just neuters. This is a problem, and I'm not in favor of LGBTQ, but I don't want people to discriminate against transgenders like Trump is doing with the transgenders in the military. I think that's wrong. You've got the hairdressers gossiping. Oh, yes. A lot of hairdressers have gone into the Pope's new look. Oh yeah, this is newsworthy. Well, you'll notice he's trimming the last remaining hairs on his head very, very closely, and hairdressers are really, the Pope has told hairdressers to avoid succumbing to the temptation of chatter. Right. He should take inspiration from he said they should take inspiration from a 16th century saint who was known for cutting hair, bloodletting, and amputations. So whenever they talk about his hair, he gets pissed off. And he's supposed to be like a saint, I know when he first started out, he was washing the feet of the downtrodden near the Vatican, hoping to be like Jesus. But he wants to be a saint. He really would. He'd like to be canonized. Oh, the future, yes. Eric, you're not allowed to do that here. Yeah, I'm sorry. Hi, I woke up in a mess. My bed's topsy-turvy right now, so got to go sleep in the lounge later. Okay. Well, unlike the Pope, I'm not going to quote some ancient saint that liked to amputate people. I'm not mean-spirited like the Pope is. He's got a mean streak. People don't know that. So I'm not getting any resistance from banning plastic bags, so I'm going to leave that up as a thing to go back to whenever we have the go-to thing to act. Facebook has banned Alex Jones, okay, InfoWars, and Louis Farrakhan. Well, Facebook is becoming like YouTube in that it is losing its popularity rapidly. YouTube lost so much revenue on AdWords, or Google lost so much revenue on AdWords, that because of the censoring that's been going on, that they claim that their algorithm needs to be adjusted on YouTube. Facebook's got censoring going on left and right, and these networks are losing popularity because of it. It's amazing, isn't it? And then startup networks like 153news.net are popping up right out of the blue. And many people are beginning to believe that, this is a trend. The more we see censorship on YouTube and Facebook, the more we're going to see 153news.net. And I've already got my own site there. We've got third party up and running, and I've already posted 4 videos at this location, and we're getting good views. We've got Total Collusion, and Total Collusion 2. And other videos that we've been playing a while back have been getting more views too. Introducing the Media Verification Alliance and a media glitch. I've got videos up and running in alternative networks, so I'm already prepared for moving over to another network if YouTube continues to try to knock my shows off the air. And they're making a big mistake they took one of my shows off the air, and that's what's Total Collusion. Total Collusion turned out to be 33 minutes of video describing Donald Trump's mob connections, and they banned the whole 2-hour, 3-hour, 4-hour video. So I had to just retool. I edited it down, and I just stuck it out there on 153news.net because it's a really good exposing of all the different links that we've got way back on Donald Trump. I was one of the guys leading on the Donald Trump-Russian collusion issue, so I'm still very much going forward with that. Yeah, I'm going to have to go to my preview editor. There we go. Stephen Moore withdrawing from the federal board consideration, according to a Trump tweet. Stephen Moore withdrawing from the federal board consideration. I'm not sure what happened there. But Stephen Moore, they say, was not really the brightest guy in the world. Many people disagree with his policies. They say they're all over the place. And now Trump is finally pulling him. So maybe Trump is listening to some top quality people to try to steer his flailing ship in the right direction. Pro-Maduro court orders arrest of prominent opposition leader Leopoldo Lopez. Dozens injured in clashes in Caracas, Venezuela. So,
Juan Guaido has called for more protests today, while President Maduro...
he's watching his show. Oh, hang on. We've got... The Pope says he's in his Lamborghini watching me. Oh, hi, Pope Francis. You realize that God frowns upon your excesses of wealth, and it certainly doesn't make you seem like a man of God. So you may want to donate your Lamborghini to someone else. Yeah. If you really want to win favor with God. They're out tonight? They are. They're out. Yeah, I mean, and Mr. Pope Francis, tear down the snake building. The newest Vatican is completely like a snake building. What is this? The Vatican snake building. You got to tear that down. That's got to be rebuilt immediately. Take some of your gold and cash in at the local pawn shop and put some more money into the Vatican snake building. You know what I'm going to recommend to you do? Kind of like what I recommended with the Notre Dame situation, putting a dome on top of it. I'm thinking you could probably pull this ridiculous fascia of the snake off and put a dome over there. It would be like an open sunroom. Wouldn't that be special? Look at this snake room. Isn't that amazing? It's like, what's going on with the Vatican that they want to create a building that looks like a snake? I don't know. Get back to me on that, Pope Francis. Yeah, you don't have to answer me right away. You have been removed from the show, Ohio boy. Yep. Calling people out as limeys. Oh, you were attacking Limey? Okay, I'm going to unban you. There you go. Sorry there, Ohio boy. I falsely accuse you of saying something you didn't mean. Maybe America can donate a giant cheeseburger to cover it. Anything but a snake head. Let's go to this. Dozens injured in clashes in Caracas.
continues to dig into his claims that the U.S. is planning a coup.
So joining us on the telephone from Caracas is New York Times reporter Virginia Lopez Glass. Virginia, we spoke to you just a day ago or so about what was happening on the ground. What is the latest that you've seen subsequent to that?
Well, yesterday there was a huge rally for the May Day celebration, and basically what we say was a group of very defiant government critics taking to the streets to continue to protest the Maduro government and to show their support to Guaido. Later in that evening, Maduro took to the airwaves to, again, repeat some of the claims that he had said on the previous day, that this attempted coup had been quashed, that he was in full control, and that the full weight of the law would fall on those who had gone against his government. This would include both the opposition leaders and also the military defectors that, are seen to have betrayed his government.
So Juan Guaido has been, attempting to encourage members of the army, the military, to back him instead of Nicolas Maduro. How is that going for him? On the first day, it looked like he only had a small group of supporters from the military.
Yes, that continues to be the case. We didn't see any, massive defections or resignations or from the military. In fact, we kind of saw the opposite. We saw the Ministry of Defense surrounded by the top brass, and again reiterating the support to President Maduro.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Good to know. Let's go to let's go to an alternative scene now. Yes, we're just trying to get to the bottom of this. I know it seems like it's more than than nothing, but it seems like it's not that much. But people are starving in this country of Venezuela, and we should do something to help them. and Trump has done nothing. Sending food in through traditional means is not going to work. We're going to have to airdrop food, I think. I have never been to Venezuela. No. Welcome to the 5G network Earth and the future of 5G network Earth, which is going to be probably dangerous to all of us. We'll get possibly brain cancer from it. And our leaders don't seem to care about it. They've never tested it, but they're rapidly pushing it upon us. You got an early picture of an Italian stallion, Sylvester Stallone, meeting with you on the street. There you go. Yeah. Kind of looks like Joe Pesci there, but yeah, that's the early days of the Italian stallion. Is that you? Meeting him? Is that you, Max? A pic of when I met Stallone. Wow, that's you. That's cool. That's a pic of him meeting Stallone. Hello. Wow, and we've got a star here. Oh my goodness, you look like a famous director. Maxed Out Credit has authorized the ProCam system. He's been the guy giving us money for our Pro account. And there he is. The star is born. Meeting Sylvester Stallone. I guess he is Ted Kochev. Wow. So you're Ted Kochev? Nice to meet you, Ted. Well, I'll be darned. Okay. We'll get back to you as soon as this information is vetted. Hi.
Hi.
I'm more famous on live? Really? I didn't know. I guess because I had 10,000 people crash the network last week, Mark doesn't know what to do with himself. Yeah.
That's the thing. You always have the people crashing your. That's why that happens. They're all wanting to watch your cooking show.
It's true. I think we have many people coming in at any given time attacking our show, and that's probably what they do.
I did have a bowl of the broccoli cheddar soup, and it was delicious.
Really? Good. Fantastic. Great.
Yeah,
I'm so glad.
Try it out.
Definitely going to try it. That is
I was
really
very
good.
careful to not, double dip or anything like that.
Oh, I know, because you have a cold, and I can't touch anything you're touching. Well, thank you so much, Sarah, for giving us some help on this show, and thanks for coming in early and doing the actual broccoli soup, which is a really big plus. So
Those people that were concerned about spices, I used that little packet that came in the cheese.
Oh, you use that? Yeah, good. That's a perfect spice. Yeah, that's designed to be with
It's not
cheese.
It's just like a spice for cheese. Yeah.
So they're still trying to sort out Mueller and his role. Mueller did write a letter to William Barr telling him he didn't approve of the way he characterized the entire report. And William Barr was asked what Mueller thought, and he said, oh, he's fine with it. So William Barr did lie about what Mueller was thinking about the report. I think Mueller should have been a little bit more specific and declared obstruction, because clearly Trump was trying to obstruct when he went around asking everybody to stop the Russian investigation. I mean, that in and of itself was obstruction. But let's not forget that Mueller was part of the deep state when he signed off on the 9/11 documents, 9/11 Commission report. Many people are questioning it, including 10,000 architects and engineers for 9/11. People who are saying that there's structural damage to Building 7 that didn't make sense. It had to have been demolition. And Mueller had signed off on it. So Mueller's kind of questionable on a lot of levels because he was the guy who signed off on the 9/11 Commission report, So what can we really, trust with all this information? Well, one thing is for sure. Donald Trump's people went to the Russians 127 times before the election. That much we know. His people, his team, Carter Page and others, all the people, Paul Manafort was a Russian oligarch. They met with the Russians 127 times before the election. That's serious collusion. We also know that Trump ran around the White House saying to everybody, you've got to stop the Russian investigation. He's on record asking people to do this. They didn't do it. And it's, according to Mueller, that's not obstruction. I think it is. I think it's intent to obstruct, I think what Trump was doing was an intent to obstruct justice, and it's still going on. William Barr is obstructing justice by simply saying there's no obstruction. All right, I'm going to let Sarah take over, and here we go. Is that too cool for you?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll turn it on.
Maybe not, but it is.
I'll angle it away from you.
Okay. Thank you.
There you go.
All right. That was really good. I would probably have another helping of the cheddar broccoli soup and on my break or whatever. Yeah. Thank you, beautiful cat Fluffy, for promoting David. Good evening, Evil Dance Good. How was everybody's day? I had a good day for the most part. Kids are doing well. One of the school board members was touring the facilities touring the gardens with our principal. Fortunately, I cleaned up the shed. She had walked up by the garden shed and showed her that, and then I just happened to be taking a nature break. I do that with my kids almost every day now. We go out for 5 minutes. That's it, 5 minutes, and then we come back, and like they work a lot harder after they come back. And even though they're like, when do we go to lunch? When do we do this? But they do seem to work harder, and it's just like for me too, a mindset. Sorry to hear that, Sunchild. Russia. And I had an issue where some kids... Oh, cute. Some kids dumped the food scraps in the wrong worm bin, so I have to deal with that tomorrow. But all in all, actually, it's been really good. I've been... Yes, I think it is Roy Cat something. Campbell Fluffy. I've been doing that first and second sleep, like I said, for the last couple of nights. I woke up at like 2 a.m. and I've been working on writing about compost. And David's like, how much can you write about compost? And I'm already up to like 3 pages, single space, 12-point font. I guess I can write a lot about compost, and I haven't even gotten into the harvesting the worm castings yet. A PhD in the making to you. A PhD in composting. I don't want to be a master gardener though. That's a lot of work. And one of the things I think I really like that's pretty cool. This is when Maxed Out Credit met Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah,
That's a neat picture. Wait. Fun to tell the kids things you can compost? Not bleach and Roundup, no. Seriously? Yeah. Oh, that is wild. You'd forgotten. And you have photographic evidence. Speaking of photos, no worms survived. Yeah, with bleach and Roundup, that's true. I found this old photo of me. Did I tell you guys this about my shirt that says I dig Earth Day? Yeah, that was cute. I still have to put that back into my photo album, and of course it's one of these old photo albums that had those weird sticky things, and I'm gonna have to tape it in or something because it was like falling apart because I took it out. Yeah, and then I had my friend recently. I had her take a short video of myself while I was composting.
Those ingredients really worked well.
Yeah, that was really good, isn't it?
Yeah. Wow.
But yeah. I like writing. So I've written, and then I looked at the clock, and it was like almost 5 o'clock in the morning, and so I got another hour of sleep. I'm almost done with I'm working on a garden handbook. I wish it were Friday. It's not Friday yet. I have one more day to go. Or I wish it were Friday after school for me is what I mean. And tomorrow after school will be good. I'm sticking to the no Netflix, even though like when I'm sick, I feel like I'm getting a head cold, but I actually feel okay. I just feel like, I think I've just run down from the day with the head cold. I think that's the issue. Oh, nice little Starbucks cup. So I was like, oh, that's the time I want to curl up and turn on the TV, but I did put on a TED Talk, and I didn't even watch the whole thing. Yeah, actually, I explain all of my, that's the thing, I'm writing all about how to compost. And the vermicompost and all about the worms I use, and yeah, I'm kind of going into some good detail there. I mean, granted, like some people might like, I might not, but you know what? I have a niche. That's fine. It might not be a bestseller, but I have a niche. Composting for beginners. Yeah. Yeah, and there was somebody, I'm kind of in connection with somebody who wanted school garden vignettes, who wants to create a school garden magazine, so maybe that's it. Well, instead of sawdust, we use peat moss, but I also put in there, you can use manure, but we don't use manure at school just because of the whole, there's some hazards with it, like you don't want to use manure directly on your garden beds because there can be some contamination issues with like what was the wording? And I actually used, other people shared their work, and so I'm kind of building on that. That's cool. Okay. There's a heron family of 3 flying 10 inches off the water. That was a sign it was about to rain, and it did. Wow. Yeah, that's cool. You're gonna train a big tree to donate for the environment. That's cool. That's nice. There's always be someone out there stealing my signs, your signs, or showing you signs. I don't know. Speaking of signs, that's one thing I need to work on still, is labels and signs for our school garden, because it's like, what are you growing? I don't know. This looks like it could be a flower. And I have learned a lot. Oh, that's why I need to look up. I had this conversation with this 3rd grader, and we're talking about the difference between scallions and green onions. And he thinks they're different, but... Oh, shallots. That's the other one I was trying to think of.
I made some coconut shrimp for you. For
Oh,
later.
thank you.
And some wontons. But that's so delectable, that
I
soup.
was trying to think of the word shallots for a long time.
Oh, yeah. Those are good.
And then they call these some things grilling onions. Pearl onions and grilling onions. Are the pearl onions the same as cocktail onions? Cocktail onion is usually pearl onion brine. I've never heard of, like, he was saying grilling onions. I'm like, what are grilling onions? I think he means pearl onions. Mexican grilling onions? Like, maybe together grilling onions. What kinds of onions are good? All the types of onions. I think I'm gonna look at this and what they're best used for. White, yellow, red. Okay, never mind. You never met anyone that eat as many shrimp as David and I, but we eat, like, I mean, well, we do tend to eat more shrimp than, like, red meat. But we only eat, like, maybe 4 or 5 shrimp at a time. At the most. Sometimes when he's doing these coconut shrimp, it's just like 2 or 3 shrimp. So it's not like I'm eating a whole pound of shrimp or anything. I know, David washes everything I touch when I'm sick, and sometimes when I'm not. Well, it's his way of keeping, you know, staying healthy himself, trying to avoid whatever I touch. Yeah, cholesterol and prawns, good idea to eat it moderation. Yeah, that's basically what we do, is moderation. Shallots, that's what I wanted to look up a picture of shallots. Pearl onions, close relative of a leek. Oh, maybe cocktail. Yeah, I know those are the same. Pearl onions, okay. Chives, shallots, Spanish, and pearl onions. I'm trying to figure out all this. Okay. There's yellow onions, sweet Vidalia onions, purple onions, scallions. Chives, shallots, Spanish onions, sweet onions, pearl onions. Yeah, the cloving onion is a shallot. Spanish onions, sweet onions, Maui, Oso, sweet Vidalia, pearl onions. You got an Instapot? How do you like it? It's good. You throw everything in there and it just cooks. That's kind of basically what David does with his cooking. I know a lot of people like that. It works like a pressure cooker. Isn't it like the difference? Isn't it kind of... David has a wok. Yeah, it's kind of like the cross between a pressure cooker and a slow cooker. Do the wok of life. Yeah, we have a pressure cooker. We use it every once in a while. Ugh. Under pressure. Dun dun diddy dun dun. Under pressure. Alright, sounds good. Try to go to sleep. You can sleep to the sound of my dulcimer voice. Alright. Do I have onions growing in my garden? I don't think I have onions growing. David thinks we should grow asparagus in our school gardens. Which, it's an interesting idea, and I think I have some spaces for it. They take a lot of room, and take forever to grow. I've never grown them. Wait, Reptoid says they're fast growing, and Maxed Out Credit says they're slow growing. Maybe I should check that. How fast do asparagus grow? There's a time-lapse video. Okay, they're starting it. They're digging it. They've got their asparagus. They've set up their camera. The dandelions grow a lot faster than the asparagus. It's one of the hardest vegetables to grow organically because weeds can't be controlled with machinery since it damages the asparagus crop. The spears take 2 to 3 weeks to form and are hand-picked for vegetable boxes, huh? Wow, that guy has a lot of asparagus. Radishes, I do have some radishes, I think. But I don't think they're ready to harvest. Wow, that's a big organic bed. It's a tall, really tall bed. Is that what they look like? The roots take time. Is it years or? I could do it though. This guy's taking forever to get to his tips. Okay, asparagus. All right. He really liked to talk. Alright. It's a year. I can wait. And then once they're established, they're good to go, right? Like, once they're established, I mean, you can just stay on the same one. They don't have to be rotated. I don't know if thanks, another brother. I agree with the young lettuce one. I am growing young lettuce right now, and I'm hoping that by the time I'm ready to show off my garden in 3 weeks is when I'm going to show off my garden to some other people, and then hopefully the lettuce will be good to eat. No, I don't think so, another brother. I never knew that the natural side was my gifts. I do tell people, or I guess I told my students that I actually like math more than I like gardening. I think math is where my passion is. And the natural side does come naturally to me. Haha, no pun intended. But man, I think math is where I'm at. You don't, yeah? And the principal will be like, yeah, she should be talking about math. She likes it. I was actually going to talk to the I was gonna talk to the principal about how much I like math and maybe making some steps to study it more. Be like a math lead. I was a mathlete. I thank you, another brother. I take that as a complete compliment. I'm a special kind of weird, is what he said. Real young carrots. I never grew carrots before, and then this year, one of the parents of one of the students was like, I have all these carrots. Do you want me to come bring them to the garden? And now we're growing lots of carrots. No, I can't purge you. I'm sorry. Yeah, I can purge you, sure. But I won't ban you. You can start again. I should try them. I should pick them out and try them. Oh, really? I've never done that, the face mask, but I've always wanted to try it. One day I'll realize I'm no longer a student. I think I'm always both. There's certain things that I'm teaching and certain things that I'm learning. And I think that's actually one of the aspects, or one of the personality traits, one of the characteristics of a great teacher is someone who is a teacher who's always learning. Yep, if you think you know it all, you fail. I would have to live 1,000 years to know everything, and then even then, I don't even know if I'd know it or I'd forget it. But failure is, I love this acronym. Somebody posted on Twitter. FAIL, first attempt in learning. And I like that a lot, because there's this thing about forgetting or failing the first time and then trying again. You actually learn a lot more the second time you try it. Yes, surround yourself with great people and delegate. And surround yourself with people that know things that you don't. That's another good one. But do delegate. You own stuff and you forgot where you put it. That's a sign, maxed out credit. Not that you're getting older, but that you probably own too much stuff. It's not about getting older. It's that because when you own too much stuff, you can't see all of where it is. Early spring. Is this early spring? I feel like this is almost late spring. Sold everything when you moved? You had a duplex to a 1.5 studio. Huh. You have nothing left and you still forget. Then maybe that is your brain. Two to 3 years to truly get started and produce, so patience is needed. Okay. I wonder how deep, because can you just raise them in a bed that's like that deep, or do you have to like raise them in a really deep bed? Asparagus, yes, I'm still talking about asparagus. Shallow will work. That's pretty interesting. Maybe I will. I'll talk to my friend and see what she thinks. "14 inches because they get quite high." But how deep do the roots go? Good night, beautiful cat Fluffy. Yes, love to you too. Anyway, I'll have to do some more research on asparagus. Do I want to do this? Do I want to invest all this time in it? I love the composting aspect. I love that we have an irrigation system. Completely love that. Because now, and that worked out well because I did invest in that irrigation system and they just hooked it up. So that's been really nice.
That's good. So now it's automated, which is good.
12 inches deep? Okay.
So you're doing asparagus, how to plant them, dig really deep, because they have to be topped off every year. Yeah, 2 rows to fit in a 4-foot wide bed. Yeah, so you could have 2 rows, yeah. You'd think you could fit 3 in there, but they say 2 is good to start right down the middle. Now I took that chicken soup that Progresso makes organic, and I added filtered water to it, and a bunch of herbs, including cayenne, and I'm just zapping it in the microwave.
Okay.
So you could have an expanded chicken soup out of that. And I definitely think you should get in on that broccoli soup, man. That's the best thing I've ever had. Best broccoli soup I've ever had. Very, very tasty. I like the delicate nature of the taste too. It's not overly salty. I've had cheddar soup, broccoli cheddar, that's too salty. That was really good.
Yeah, this was good.
And I made some coconut shrimp for you.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go
have those and some wontons if you want any of them. And there's a potato if you're hungry for that.
I think I'll just do broccoli soup and then shrimp.
Have as much of the shrimp as you want. I've had 2 already.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't want chickens because I'm planning to travel.
Yeah, we're planning on traveling. Chickens take a lot of effort. And, you know, if we really want to go into that.
And my passion is really math.
Yeah, math is really your passion. So she'd rather just work on math problems and, you know. Gardening isn't really something that Sarah and I really got into when we encountered the really bad soil here. And now that she's got into vermiculture, we're getting much better ideas for soil. So I think once soil kicks in, you get your foundation together for your garden, and your soil is everything. And that's true about our country. And we talked about the National Composting Plan last night. I touched down on a lot of ideas about helping the country, even legalization of marijuana. Oh, really? Low maintenance chickens, yeah. Well, Scissor Fight was telling me about, I know he's your favorite guy. He was telling me about a device that you can get to create your own honey in your backyard. It's taken all the questions of going in and grabbing the honeycomb out and having to move it. That is no longer an issue. The state-of-the-art crowd-funded device was created that actually you can put a jar under it and the honey will literally drizzle into the jar the whole summer. It's amazing. It uses a way of turning the honeycombs slightly ajar, and then all the honey drains out into this jar, and then it kind of moves back into position. The bees love it. So there's all kinds of ways of going off the grid if you want to, but question is, will we have any bees? Yeah, it's a really cool device. I was looking at it with Scissor Fight, sent me the link to it a while back. It's about $150 minimum purchase, but If I had a lot of bees, I'd definitely get it. Okay. Now we talked about the dangers of hacking on computer systems, obviously, but now cars are hackable, and apparently a guy who's a known hacker has great concerns about how you can hijack a plane from their seat. The problem with the technology that we have is the government's 10 to 15 years behind. You could see that when Mark Zuckerberg testified in front of Senate, and they didn't even know what he was talking about, and he kind of smirked the whole time. But apparently the navigation system was supposed to be completely separate. The pilot was supposed to have a completely separate system than the audio system that you use on your headset. And I have no idea how this works, but reports that a cybersecurity expert successfully hacked into an airplane's control system from a passenger seat raises many worrying questions for the airline industry. So I'm hoping people at the FAA are looking into this. I won't fly because of the potential dangers of external hacking of planes and their navigation chips. I met a guy who worked at Radio Shack, of all places, and he seemed like a really, he's like an older guy with wearing a tie and everything. And I said, so why are you working here? I mean, you seem like, is this your retirement plan or something? I kind of opened up a conversation with him. And he told me he was the guy at Boeing that created the navigation systems. And he had lost his job. So he had to work at Radio Shack for $7.50 an hour. I found that amazing, just it's like, wow. So I kind of asked him a couple questions, and I said, so you worked on the navigation system. Wow. So is it true what they say that these systems can be hacked into from afar using some sort of a beam energy? He said, oh yeah, they're vulnerable. It's like, what? Yeah. So we have a lot of problems with our technology. We haven't even adapted to it. Look at the military just had a drone from Iran fly right over the USS Eisenhower. We had that last night. We played it on our show. Live Leak had a picture that we probably shouldn't even play because it got banned on YouTube. But USS Eisenhower was essentially seen within feet of actually the deck by a drone that was flown by the Iranian government, and they published it online. So that's pretty weird. Hey, this last week, many of you may have lost track of Melania. She was a birthday girl. Yeah, she had a birthday. She turned 49 last Friday, and Trump made a very strange tweet. And they said that they were having problems arguing at Mar-a-Lago a couple weeks ago, but it says, happy birthday at FLOTUS. That's it. That's the only tweet that he sent out. And it shows all these photographers looking away from her and her sitting all alone on the chair, all by herself. Now, the overtones of this are very serious. I mean, it's as though Trump doesn't think she matters. It's as though he's disregarding her importance. That's how it feels to me. And I'm getting that impression that Trump and she are kind of in a marriage of convenience, especially considering he hasn't even apologized for having obviously committed adultery a couple times, having paid off Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal at the very least. It's just strange that he would write that letter, that one simple statement, happy birthday at FLOTUS.
I think he didn't even write that. That was from the White House press.
Oh, it was from the White House press. Okay, well, even the very fact that they put it there, if this has nothing to do with Donald Trump, then my apologies, Donald. I had no idea that you might have had a private transmission. I mean, not many people Skype each other or tweet each other like a birthday gift or a wish. When you're really close to somebody, you do a thing called a card. Yeah. I have been washing my fingernails and coming up with perfect fingers. Thank you so much. And it's a pleasure to have clean hands when I do the show, knowing full well that I could perform healing powers if I lay my hands on the keyboard. Yes, and type something. heal. All right. And speaking of marijuana, I did discover there is a dangerous thing on the market called myclobutanol that has, the problem is it's a fungicide commonly used with grapes. You can eat this fungicide, it doesn't kill you, but when they burn it, it can create serious vomitous symptoms. It's cyanide. It releases a small amount of cyanide when you burn the marijuana, and it's very dangerous. So I'm going to put the name in the chat room on both sides. You guys can research it. It's one of those fungicides that should never be used on marijuana, and it's the reason why I want to legalize marijuana, because we need to get a handle on the process of making it. We can't allow people to just go ahead and use it. It's commonly known as Eagle 20. So if you guys know people that grow pot and they're using Eagle 20 on it, don't use it on pot. You can use it on grapes, but not on pot. Just so you know, because it can really create projectile vomiting occurs after smoking marijuana, which is not the ideal considering how beneficial cannabis is. CBD oil, THC, all very beneficial for a lot of people and a lot of reasons. So I just thought I'd share that with you. Okay, I think we're almost wrapped up. Good. I did not cover this story. For some reason, I'm unable to flip it, which is my Flipboard system that I use online to save links. And Flipboard, we have 28 different magazines with all kinds of information that you can get to online at our Flipboard site. It's our most recent link library. We have an older link library that's accessible if you need old links, but we've got so many links in our system that it's almost overwhelming. Over 5,000 links we have stored over the years. I even have more in blog notes, believe it or not, but that's our Flipboard, and this would not flip. It would not go in there for some reason. So something is tricked out about it. Media blackout as Israel's largest banks pay over $1 billion in fines for U.S. tax evasion schemes. So if our country really is being controlled by Zionists, which I believe it is, both the Democrats and the Republicans, they have so much power they can black out the story of groups of people who are related in some way to Israel, their largest banks, paying over $1 billion in fines for U.S. tax evasion. That's a serious negative mark on Israel banks as well as Zionists. So of course they've got it blacked out. You can't even hear about the news. They won't even talk about this in the mainstream media. Similar revelations about other banks and offshore tax evasion schemes, such as those contained in the Panama Papers, led to global protests and even the resignations of some world leaders. So they want to keep this on the QT that these three large banks all have been ordered to pay record fines. Scandal, basically IRS cheating going on at the highest level. And of course, many of you do know that Amazon and Netflix and IBM and other companies don't pay any U.S. taxes. That's a big bad mark for our country. This story came in tonight from the Scissor Fight. It's an interesting little bit of information. If carbon dioxide is so bad for the planet, why do greenhouse growers buy CO2 generators to double their plant growth? That's very interesting. Now, plants take in CO2 and send out oxygen. So that's very interesting. So maybe plant growth would be increased if our carbon dioxide level increases, and it has increased. I still argue that the greenhouse gas issue is not as bad as the issue of chemtrails. I argue that
is not the way to solve the problem.
Pardon me?
That thing with the Harvard professor.
Yeah, the guy, David Keith, who says that by injecting the atmosphere with chemicals, heavy metals, will somehow clean the atmosphere. It's absurd. It's ridiculous. It's completely upside down. And David Keith has been quoted by the elitists as having been, the guy who's going to solve the world's problems. This guy is a nutcase. And David Keith actually believes that by spraying stratospheric aerosol injection into the atmosphere, remember, aerosol is destroy the most important ozone layer. And he's suggesting we keep spraying these aerosols in the air. That's only going to destroy the ozone layer. And it's going to keep adding more crap to the atmosphere, which is really the problem. It's crap. So if we start filtering the air, I guarantee the climate will settle down. And if we stop these chemtrails, the climate will settle down. I guarantee that. Not many people can make that guarantee. I can. We do have problems with the effluents coming out of our mufflers, no question about it. We can definitely work with that. We can also work with indoor air pollution, because right now the Democrats haven't, in the past 50 years, put together an indoor air pollution plan. Nothing. And I'm going to suggest creating a clean indoor air act. So this is something that I would be working on for 2020 or 2021 if I were president. A Clean Indoor Air Act. Now, they have a Clean Air Act of 1970, and it's so far way out of whack in terms of what we know now about greenhouse gases. It turns out that they've discovered that the transportation shipping lanes are loaded with pollution. This is a separate subject. Freighters produce a tremendous amount, 16 of them in particular we could deal with, and that would clean up the air. But most important, we need a Clean Indoor Air Act. We don't have one. There's nothing on the books to prevent anybody from polluting the indoor space that you're in, including cigarette smoke. There's no law against casinos allowing people to smoke and contaminating your lungs while you walk around them. Now, believe me, I would love to say it's great that these people are all hanging out at the casino smoking their heads off because they have a place to go. But really, is that going to help our country by turning everybody into emphysema and lung cancer victims out of money because they gambled their life away playing slot machines and smoking? I mean, really? Seriously? Anyway, a Clean Indoor Air Act would be a big, huge step in the right direction toward getting at least a standard by which we should have filtered air. Most of us should have filtered air when we go into big malls or planes even. No plane right now currently flying is filtering their air. Nothing. No plane out there. They never filter the air. So you're breathing viruses from people that get in the plane and smell like, you wouldn't believe this flight I got on in 1997. Whoa. Oh my God. It was a leg from Seattle to LA, stopping in Oakland. And stopping in Oakland was the worst experience I've ever had in my life. A guy got on the plane who hadn't bathed in about 15 years. His underarm deodorant, his underarm smell was beyond belief. It was like reeking. The whole plane reeked of this guy's underarm. It was just insane. I was like 5 seats back from him, so it's like blasting in my nose the whole way. I was like breathing through my tie. So no air filtration is going on in our airplanes at all. So the Democrats have done absolutely nothing since 1970, and coming up with a clean, basically a green energy deal or a new deal, a new green deal, is just ridiculous. That too is absurd. It's like too little too late. Let's just start fixing the problem. All my air in my home is filtered too. Excellent. I'm glad you're filtering your air. Yeah, I run air filters in this room, in that room, in the other room. When you get sprayed every day with chemtrails, you begin to realize, well, you better clean the air inside your house, at the very least. So these are the kind of things that a centrist party brings to the table, whereas the Democrats have done nothing to advance clean air. So yeah, that's a very good point about why carbon dioxide helps greenhouses, and they have to pay extra for CO2 generators, but why we're so worried about CO2. We just have to plant more things instead of spraying them with the dangerous Roundup. Well, I'm glad you're filtering your air, Howie. It might help you. I'll be darned. So here's maxed out credit with Sylvester Stallone. That's what he said. Yeah. There he is. It does kind of look like you, you know. That's you, yeah. Look at his face. Let's compare his face to. Yep. He's got his clean shaven look on. Let's do this. See, a scissor fight was a little bit suspicious that you were not him. Let's take a look. Yeah, I definitely see a similarity in their face. You are the person in the picture. Wow. Okay, check it out. Look at that. Yeah. Yep, that's you. I'll be darned. I'll be darned, yeah. Meeting Sylvester Stallone of all people. Standing there looking at you, having a good time. That must have been a magical moment for you, Max. Yeah, we're lucky to have Max in the room. He died, you know, for 18 minutes. And he came back to life. You know, Sarah and I were talking about all the people in my life that I've met that had died and come back to life. And I know I meet a lot of people online, but I met you, and I met Mr. Bumpus, the guy in the Christmas Story, in the first scene of the Christmas Story. If you watch that during Christmas, Mr. Bumpus is there. He has died and come back to life. He had out-of-body experiences. And I knew a guy in my area who had died for 6 minutes, and he claimed to have had a lot of experiences related to time travelers. Yeah, it's kind of amazing. I mean, I don't know how many people have met people who've died before, but I know 3 people personally in my life that have died and come back to life. It's amazing. It kind of adds some insight and hope at the same time that people have gone to the other side and come back, and they're here to share, you know? Okay. David, if I come up to you Christmas and say, hi, will you sign something for me? No, I don't take any visitors. Ever. You'll have a restraining order put on you. L. Ron Hubbard says, when Sarah starts talking about math, you die a little inside. Well, just tune it out, man. You can't predict the future, but you can slow down time at times? Really? You found the key to slowing time down, huh? What you might want to do is, this is just a suggestion, is not think about math. Yeah, not try your brain. You know, a lot of people are just saying, you know, math isn't that important to them. I would say most people would rather not do math problems. Sarah's very unusual. But I grew up in an environment where I learned math rather rapidly. In fact, I studied 7 years of math in 2. Okay. We have proof that this is a person according to this. So your name is Ted Kochev. Because this is the person that said he has the picture of you with Stallone, and he said he's Ted Kochev. Yeah, so I assume you're Ted Kochev. Autographed Rambo photo in person, yeah. Wow. There you have it. And if you need the link to that, we have it here. Oh, you're not Ted Kochev? Well, somebody's impersonating you. Yes. Yeah. What I did was I encountered some problems with algebra when I was a kid. It was not unusual. I was at 7:30 in the morning. It was the class, and it was, you know, when you first encounter algebra, and back in the old days, we didn't learn about algebra in 3rd grade. We actually had to graduate to algebra just to get to that point. But my first year of algebra was a big turnaround for me, and I just bore down on the problems and just did everything in the book. And within about a month, everything just like lit up. It just like, wow. And then I proceeded to cram 7 years of math into 2 years. And by the age of 15, I took the AP exam, the Advanced Placement exam, the BC Advanced Placement, which is the toughest one. And I scored the top score of 5, which gave me a year's of credit in calculus. So then I went on at 15 years old and went on to college. And it's very possible that Oh yeah, the iBlog is already keeping us down. Set 512.3. Yeah, we noticed that. You know what happened the other night? I got a link from some poor person in Cambodia who said that they put a suitcase of cash out just to get access to the show, to text us. And as soon as I got this message, which I copied, all our guest chat zeroed out. We had like 20 people who were guests at the time. It just zeroed out on iBlog right after that person sent that text. It's just unreal. So somebody had paid what would be a suitcase full of cash in Cambodia is nothing in terms of US dollars, enough to buy a cell phone. The coincidence of that, and I copied what that guy wrote, the coincidence of that is just too weird. And then guest chat was down for about an hour after that. So yeah, something's going on iBlog. I noticed that recently. The thing about math is, if you're not good at math, then you can definitely enjoy playing games at the casino, because casinos really are designed for people that don't understand math. You'll realize if you study math that your odds against winning are so great that it's really pointless to put money in a machine. The only way to actually win in Vegas is to get the reward money that comes your way when you go to the first time you go to a casino, and use that reward money and just stop there. Oftentimes you'll get enough money from the reward money. It's like a bonus they give you just to sign up. Yeah. So I really believe that we've got a possibility that, if math is a big obstacle for you, it's probably best you don't gamble. Just so you know. All right, moving on. Pelosi says Barr lied to Congress and committed a crime as the DOJ blasts reckless comments. Good. Well, I hope Pelosi isn't going to ride that horse of non-impeachment very long, because people did vote for the Democrats to impeach Donald Trump. And I hope the Democrats realize it's not because we want amnesty for illegal aliens or another round of Obamacare. She has been representing, in 2007, she and her husband purchased a house in San Francisco within the Pacific Heights area for $2.3 million, yes. Her district of San Francisco has been scrutinized over the increase of homelessness throughout the city, yeah. What are they picking on Pelosi at Fox? Pelosi has over $100 million in assets. Where did she get them all? I mean, if you want to find corruption, you can find them in the Democratic and Republican Party. You'll find people who padding their pocket. But the ones you need to worry about really are the ones that are trying to make money from Russians, because Russians are really in the crosshairs of our country's political situation right now. And I don't even think the Russian people are bad people. I just think their leaders are a bit corrupt. But now we've got Lindsey Graham, like I said, has been collecting he collected $800,000 in donations from a Russian oligarch. That's why Lindsey Graham is coming out in favor of Donald Trump right now. Oh yeah. And Mitch McConnell is receiving money from Russian oligarchs for re-election as well. I'm not concerned about China. I think we have really damaged relations with China recently, with Trump saying, oh, we could easily win a trade war with China. They don't like his way of doing business. Donald Trump is holding Meng, the CFO of Huawei, the 5G industrial leader in Asia. Meng, the CFO, is being held in $40 million in bail on charges of violating economic sanctions against Iran. I cannot believe that... oh, that's the wrong link. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. That was the Ted Kochev link. There you go. There's the Russian link right there. I cannot believe that we've been giving away so much of our country to Russia at the smallest level. To allow our senators to get bought off is ridiculous. And here they are feeding on the trough. And let's not forget Brett Kavanaugh.
Never heard before. We are discussing issues from both sides of the political spectrum.
Brett Kavanaugh, wondering why Trump is so set on Kavanaugh? Well, Brett Kavanaugh in 2011 ruled that foreign governments could fund American super PACs. This is what Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell are feeding off of. Though no wonder Mitch McConnell was fighting so hard for Brett Kavanaugh's nomination to get confirmed. See the whole picture that's starting to come clean and right in front of your eyes. It's clearly obvious. It's burning bright. The sun is burning bright on casting on the shadows of corruption in our government right now. This is it. Make no mistake about it. This is the connection. So we pretty much outed the entire Republican wing of the Senate and how they're dining on Russia's support. It's crazy. They've become institutional traitors, committing treason left and right. And Hillary has too. Hillary and Podesta sold uranium to Russia. I agree. I'm not trying to make it seem like the Republicans are solely guilty of this. Hillary and Podesta and others have been dining on the Russian money as well. I'm sure there are Democrats that are receiving money right now from Russia. So our country is under attack. And these people think it's okay just to receive money from Russia, just for re-election. This is crazy. David, you actually have a chance to win in 2020 after Barr chickened out today? Well, I outed William Barr early on. And I want to thank the senator from Hawaii that did her job. You're an expert in card counting. You were up 76,000 in the security notice that a few goons grabbed you and broke one of your kneecaps in the back room. Well, you can't card count in Vegas, man. You know that. Look what happened to, excuse me while I adjust my sign-off notice. Thank you. Look what happened to, Jennifer Garner's husband, Ben Affleck. Ben Affleck had an incredible run of $600,000 at Planet Hollywood in Vegas. And he's a card counter. And he made 600 grand and they said, sir, you're going to have to leave. They kicked him out. There's a card counter who can do 6 or 7 booths, comes down from, he's like a farmer in Indiana. And he comes down to Vegas and he's got the all-time record. He's won $17 million in blackjack. So it can be done. It can be. You have to have a tremendous mind to be able to pull that off. You're not allowed to count cards. They go after you if you do. They'll beat you up. I mean, I seriously wouldn't doubt they broke your kneecaps. Yeah, the Republican sense of false security is short-lived. I know. Well, what's getting me is the Republicans are gloating on their victory when Russia helped them win. And now they want to stack the laws against the Supreme Court being they actually want to shrink the Supreme Court so that their Republican majority will become greater. That's just a real weird move. But they're legally able to do that. As the Senate is led by the Republicans, they can change laws regarding the Supreme Court. So that's their next big move, is to shrink the Supreme Court and thereby gain a secured advantage over the Democrats. And any, like a Roe v. Wade, would be overturned. Women would not be allowed to have abortions. That's coming if they get their way. So we have a device to clean my wigs. Oh, nice. Well, you know, last night my hair was so great. This is my real hair I'm wearing right now. But last night, my hair was so great, nobody asked me to wear a wig. So I was great, yeah. Worked out. When you don't get asked to wear a wig on Wig Wednesday, it's a big plus. Yeah, I can see definitely a woman getting involved in getting a curler system to do that. Very nice. When I was a kid, my mother used to put curlers in her hair like that. And they had these big things that sat over your head. They probably still do it in old-fashioned hairdressing salons everywhere. No, please stop talking about sex. Thank you. Well, the Democrats are really no better because they gloated on what they did. Look at Joe Biden, the famous Zionist. He actually said that, yeah, he says he's a Zionist. He is a Zionist. He doesn't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist. Yeah, Joe Biden. Joe Biden actually, he was very popular, speaking out of turn when he said this is a big effing deal regarding Obamacare. Right on the mic, he said this is a big effing deal. And he used the real word, the F word. I don't ever say the F word on camera. Yeah, I don't think people should talk about their sex life here. It's a political chat show, and you guys obviously think about sex nonstop, so you have to, toggle that down. You can go to some Chatterbait or something and talk about that, please, I'm sitting straight. Yes. It takes a lot of studying to count cards. I have figured it out. I can easily count cards. I don't play blackjack. I was really good at it at one time. I just prefer not to. I'm not about money. I don't care about money. Yeah, I could definitely feel the face cards coming my way, and I knew when to bet and when not to bet. I'm a very good blackjack player, but the point of the matter is, if you just know the numbers, when to hit, when to hold, when to split, that alone, there's a set group of numbers will give you at least a 50-50 split in the game. Right now, the odds are 53 to 47% that the house will win if you play that way. But if you count cards and you know the numbers that are the right numbers to hit on, the right number, you have to work a mathematical ratio as well as count the cards. And when you can do both of those at the same time, then your odds are significantly better than the house, 60-40 even. But I don't want to play blackjack ever. I used to play when I was a young man. It's a lot of excitement, but it's also topsy-turvy if you start losing it. I know you want to talk to me in Skype, but we'll have to wait for Lot Lizard's clan to not be in. Let me get a Skype card. I found a place I could get a Skype card. They call it Best Buy. I have Skype. But if I'm going to go to Best Buy and get a $10 card and Skype in through that, and then I'll call you. Okay, Petoro? You can give me your phone number and I'll call you. That's the safest way for me to do it without making you a contact. Because if I make you a contact, the technology's set up so that you'd be able to see my IP. And if someone's hijacked the Vatican signal, they could see my IP there and then proceed to DDoS me. DDoS at the Vatican. There are Nutella products that are not GMO, non-GMO. I don't know if Nutella is. I think it is. I've seen one that is non-GMO. It's Nutiva certified, Amazon. It's a vegan hazelnut spread. Yeah, so this is non-GMO. But Nutella is, I believe, this is called Nutiva. And it's a hazelnut spread, very good. Highly recommend it with dark chocolate and chia, cocoa, flaxseed. Nutiva. Yes. Yeah, you should probably get into something natural like that. They do make a really good organic powdered peanut butter. And they sell it at Walmart, of all places. PB2, Walmart, 5-star rating, savory. Peanut butter, beep. Organic, PB Fit 2, beep. Yes, this is a really good product if you want to stock up for survival. Yeah, you check that out. The PB Fit jars, and they sell them organic as well. You just have to look for the brand name and look for the term organic. But it's very affordable. That's something like that is $6.99. And you can just add water, and it cuts your oil content down so far that you won't gain weight from eating peanut butter spread. It's a really amazing product. I didn't think I'd like it, and I tried it. It's really good. It takes the oil out. Really, PB Fit causes baldness, and you know this for a fact. Wow, you're smart. You're smarter than the others. You could be the manager. Conservative critics call on bishops to censor Pope Francis for heresy. Pittoro, tell me what's going on. I mean, Pope Francis is heresy? What's going on? He's the secretary to the Pope. He's in our show, or at least he claims to be. He might just be a mental patient. You never know. Conservative critics on bishops censor. Wow. Okay. Pope Francis prepares to greet a group of musicians during his general audience. A new open letter from conservative critics of Pope Francis have accused the pontiff of committing heresy and called on the world's bishops to censure him and, if necessary, declare that he's no longer pope. The 19 signatories of the letter are mostly associated with the traditionalist movement and previously signed this filial correction, initially signed by 62 theologians and clergy. The most prominent name is Father Aidan Nichols, a Cambridge theologian who is known for his work on blah, blah, blah. Okay. They list people the Pope has appointed to various posts of signatories accused of holding heretical positions, and various actions and statements by the Pope that the authors state offer other indications of the Pope's heresy. Wow. I'm not going to spread rumors about the guy. I mean, Pope Benedict, I think, is leading a plan to overtake Pope Francis. Now that the Catholic Church has two popes, people are confused. I mean, who do they worship as the sole representative of Jesus Christ? Who do they even know? I mean, I don't know. It's confusion. Okay, now back to politics. There he is, watching the show. California Senate passes a bill that would keep Trump off of the 2020 ballot unless he releases his tax returns. Fantastic. Yay. If he loses California, that would be a lot of electoral votes. I mean, anybody, Biden could beat him if he had the Democratic win. Yeah. You're traveling through another dimension, a dimension of fakery and bad voiceover. You've just crossed over into the brand new episode of Twilight Zone. I have not seen it, but I'm not impressed with the voiceover guy they got. Most episodes are so far pretty good, but not like the old ones. Yeah, I know. It's kind of hard to replace the original. Yeah, he was the best. Rod Serling. I already showed the Larry Sinclair and the other guy, but I haven't shown the Michelle video. Yeah, it is believable. Yes, we have photographs of Michelle Obama dancing. I know, it's shocking. Dancing with a penis between her legs. In fact, let me play the whole video so you'll get the full detail, because Joan Rivers died. They probably killed her for saying this. Yeah, Joan Rivers literally was killed a month and a half after she said that. Well, you'll hear. Here she goes. Ladies and gentlemen, the inimitable Joan Rivers. Okay, that's her not actually saying what she's saying. Let's put audio on it.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so let's take a look here at the nature of this. I think you can see it, right? That's right. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's right here. You see that? It's right there. See it? Anyone not see it? Want me to play it some more? You can see it some more, maybe closer up. It's actually, you're looking at two objects, cylindrical in nature. Yeah. Okay, you're done? Okay, great. You saw it, and now you don't have to see it anymore. Great, wasn't that, we got rid of that one. We don't have to talk about that one tonight. Jeez, some of these people are hard to deal with. They're hard to appease, you know. You got to play that video for them every night. Okay, it's like seeing a dinosaur. It's like seeing a dinosaur. A stunned scientist has said it's like seeing a dinosaur. Oh, sorry. I like what California is doing, making it harder for Trump to win that state without his presenting his tax returns. Good job, California. A new kind of killer whale. A killer whale is hard to miss, and yet we did for decades. Now scientists have discovered that could be a new species of killer whale thriving in a very inhospitable part of the world. Dubbed Type D. They were first recorded in 1955 when 17 stranded on the beach in New Zealand. Their narrow dorsal fins, rounded heads, and small white eye patch made them different. But scientists suspected it was a genetic aberration. Exactly 50 years later, California researcher Bob Pitnam saw photos of unusual killer whales near commercial fishing vessels in the southern Indian Ocean. Soon he and his colleagues spotted 6 more sightings in Antarctic tourist photos. Who cares? Jeez. Thank you. Whatever. Chimpanzee using Instagram. Okay. They're making these very intuitive profiles, so maybe your pet monkey could buy one of these and, you know, successfully launch his career as in selfies. Look at that. He's successfully using this. Yeah, and he's moving up and down the string with his fingers.
Checking out what your buddy Tarzan is doing.
Wow, look at that. Oh my goodness. And here you thought it was never possible. He's actually navigating. This is fantastic. This is one step for chimpanzees and an even bigger step for the entire monkey kingdom. Dun, 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 dun. I feel like the Chariots of the Gods should be playing or something, you know? He's watching his own selfie with his master or his friend and admiring his bare ass. Fascinating. One giant step for chimpanzee kind. This is fascinating. He really is navigating with that little finger of his. Well, they have thumbs. The chimpanzees have thumbs. They're like we are. You're like a chimpanzee. Yes, you are. Well, actually, I think I'm more like an orangutan. We already did the Larry Sinclair videos. Sorry, Zena. You're taking up too much of the show, becoming a bother. Stop existing in the show for a while. Okay, thank you. Will you ever sell Larry Sinclair t-shirts? I don't plan on it, no. I never wanted the show to turn into, you know, like a circus act of just playing weird stuff from Obama's era, but a lot of you really rely on that. And you wouldn't even come in the show if I didn't play it for you, so I kind of have to. I'd rather talk about saving the earth and the poor whales that are suffering. Like this one. Beluga whale alleged to be Russian spy appears to have defected to Norway. Xenu is bothering me. Do you understand? Thank you. Asking for the same picture over and over again. Wow, look at this white whale. Whale wearing a harness found in Norway suspected to be working for Russians. Wow. Secret spying whales.
The Daily Beast reports Norwegian fishermen recently encountered a harness-wearing whale believed to be linked to the Russian military. The Guardian reports that the whale, a white beluga, was actively seeking out the vessels and trying to pull straps and ropes from the sides of the boat. The harness it wore was marked Equipment of St. Petersburg and appeared to have a place where a camera or weapon could be mounted. A member of Norway's Marine Research Institute commented, "If this whale comes from Russia, and there is great reason to believe it, then it is not Russian scientists but rather the Navy that has done this." Russia has used dolphins for military purposes in the past, and it's been reported that in recent times, it's been training beluga whales, bottlenose dolphins, and seals to go out on missions.
Wow. Okay, thanks for that tidbit.
President Trump on Wednesday, without offering any evidence, tweeted that the UK helped former President Obama spy on him. Citing a quote by One American News, he wrote, "Former CIA analyst Larry Johnson accuses United Kingdom intelligence of helping Obama administration spy on the 2016 Trump presidential campaign." Trump then goes on to say, "Wow, it is now just a question of time before the truth comes out, and when it does, it will be a beauty."
Wait a second. He's going after Obama. He can't even prosecute Hillary. Is this guy a joke? And the answer is yeah, he is. He's not going to have any ability to prosecute Obama or Hillary. Donald Trump is a puppet for the deep state, and they run the Democratic and Republican Party. Everyone knows that. I can't believe you. I can't believe this. Why does this country try to act so innocent? I don't see other countries going around trying to take over every other country. Well, we're not trying to take over every other country. We are taking over every other country. I mean, through the powers of the IMF and the World Bank controlling our country, we're just their henchmen. Our country is not that great when you think of how we're being manipulated by a powerful elitists. If we were to take our country back, we wouldn't be used to jack up all these other countries and control them. Believe me, I would never try to implant Guaido down into Venezuela's government and try to unseat Maduro. I would never do that. Never. It's absurd to meddle in other countries' businesses like we're doing. Trump is clearly working for the same cabal that's trying to economically hit Venezuela to seize their oil rights. It's pretty obvious. Well, let's be clear. Well, there are t-shirts available on our website. And in case you have never gone to our website, it is on top of my head all the time in every one of our shows. And in it is a store, and in it there are t-shirts. I'm not sure why you're having a problem getting the t-shirt page. Yes, Huawei is placing more and more ads in Canada for 5G. Cities of the future are coming. We're building a better, faster network to make it possible like our... No, not at all. In fact, the 5G network is going to end up hurting people. There's no safeguards to protect people from the dangerous rays. And the junction boxes are killing people installing them. Okay, later tonight I'll be playing a picture of a woman who pumps gas without her hands. She's a thalidomide victim who's able to somehow pump gas with her feet. Amazing. Talk about a survivor. Isn't that amazing? Wow, you got to hand it. I'd say you got to hand it to her, but that would be a pun in poor taste. Oh, this chat of demons and heretics, amen. Pope Francis's blessing with holy water, this chat of demons and heretics, amen. Thank you, and I certainly hope that the heresy charges against Pope Francis don't stick. It's nasty, it's oppressive. The woman can pump gas with her feet. I mean, come on. On bad news, actor Rick Schroeder, formerly Ricky Schroeder, child actor, who is 49 years old right now. He's facing his second charge of violence, domestic violence, against a woman that he's been having, I guess, a battle with. He's 49, I'm 59. I'm just not sure where the world's going. A similar incident involving the same victim took place on April 2nd at Schroeder's house. So it's not yet clear what charges Schroeder could face. So I think we're done with that story. And we talked about Facebook banning Alex Jones, Louis Farrakhan for hate speech. Yeah, I mean, I think it's anybody who's got free speech is being banned, not just Alex Jones. Alex Jones is a total shill, so it's kind of funny to ban a shill. I think they're trying to give Alex Jones more credibility. That's usually what they do. Well, that's weird. I thought I went live. Apparently I didn't. Well, we're now live on Periscope. Wow. That was kind of a weird moment. I thought we were live and I didn't even realize we were off Periscope. I could have sworn I was in Periscope earlier. Okay, well, we're in now. Thank you. Okay, and Facebook, another technology story here. Facebook working on cryptocurrency-based payments platform. Oh yeah, who doesn't want to have a Facebook cryptocurrency investment? Jesus. Would have been nice if they were doing it about 5 years ago when, you could get in on it, but really? Gee, they're really groping for answers, aren't they? And the Russian inventor invents a tank cat house. A cat house that looks like a tank. Okay, let's take a look at this tank cat house. Okay, looking at tank cat house. Look at little baby kitty. Oh, how cute. You can make big money on YouTube as AdSense star. It took Ivan Veriasov 2 months to create this tank kitty cat palace. Lucky him, cat is not going to implode inside tank anytime soon. And other Russian humor jokes for all of you Russian supporters here in America who are now, you call yourself Republicans. How does it feel to be so butthurt that Trump is owned by Vladimir Putin and now you are their henchmen, traitors to your own country? You Americans are so proud of yourself, you Republicans. Oh, we are demanding one more time. Okay, we have a second call for Larry Sinclair. I know this is becoming like a joke. It really is. I mean, we do so many shows without having to do this, and now these people are just hounding me for this video. So let me just play it, get it over with.
Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Exit stage left. Okay, thank you for telling me, and thanks for sharing Larry Sinclair's video about how he had sex with Barack Obama in the limousine in 1999. Long time ago. People forget, I'm sure Barack Obama forgot the whole experience. He snorted. Yeah, well, you could tell he had a sniffling problem. He snorted like 3 times during that entire event. Well, whatever. I mean, obviously he felt a little weird that Barack Obama was pretending to have never done crack since Occidental. And he just had to come out of the closet, so to speak, and say that he was gay and had sex with him and blah, blah, blah. Oral sex is sodomy, Yeah, I know. It's kind of amazing. Okay, this was the lead story tonight in our show, but Misanthropy has another version of it. Radar Online discusses disgraced Kevin Spacey caught up in a murder scandal. Wow. His alleged first accuser has been found dead. Whoa. These dirty deeds done by people in power. This woman, Linda Culkin's mysterious death while 59-year-old Spacey faces a felony charge of indecent assault and battery for allegedly groping a young man in Nantucket. On February 25th, Culkin was walking into her home when she was mowed down by a Toyota as she stepped into a busy intersection. Whoa. She later died at the Boston Medical Center. Whoa. Tiger Woods' ex-lover pleads guilty to heroin possession after drug den rescue. I'll wait on that one. No charges were filed against the driver, who remained at the scene. So it's like she was killed by an innocent bystander who happened to drive her over, and he's not even charged. Linda was one of the first to accuse Kevin Spacey of attacking young men, and I find it very odd that you don't hear anything about her accident or about the person who hit her, said Culkin's cousin Cindy. It's like it happened and now there's nothing. But Felix Brown, a spokesman for the medical examiner's office, told Radar the cause and manner of Culkin's death is still under investigation. Culkin, a nursing assistant with mental problems, began cyberstalking and terrorizing Spacey and his team in 2009 after one of her young male patients told her the details of an alleged attack by the American Beauty actor. In 2014, she was sentenced to 51 months behind bars after pleading guilty in federal court to sending harassing emails, making fake bomb threats, and mailing an envelope containing white powder to Spacey's associates. But 4 years later, Spacey's career went up in smoke after actor Anthony Rapp broke decades of silence to charge that the actor tried to molest him at age 14. Wow, okay, that's enough for exploitive journalism tonight. Thank you, Misanthropy. Wow. That's her obituary? Yeah, she died of a car hitting her. Look what I found buried in Yahoo Finance News. Wow, okay. This is from Prepper. Okay, Prepper, thanks, man. The MMR vaccine licensing called into question following ICANN's latest Freedom of Information exposure of FDA cover-up. Yay! I mean, maybe something like osmosis is working here. You know, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was put in charge of an investigation into the CDC's lack of testing on vaccines, and he discovered a huge problem. They don't test vaccines. Now this is kind of turning into something important. Yeah, good you caught that. Yeah, another significant legal win for Vaccine Risk Awareness, nonprofit Informed Consent Action Network, ICANN. The Freedom of Information Act disclosure from the FDA has revealed that the MMR vaccine was licensed based on clinical trials, which in total had less than 1,000 participants and far more adverse reactions than previously acknowledged. Wow. It's alarming that an appeal was required to get this information, but it's more alarming that every time ICANN prevails in obtaining a Freedom of Information Act disclosure from the FDA, CDC, or HHS, we learn about another serious shortcoming in their duties to assure Americans' health and health care. I'm so glad these watchdog people are out there, because these vaccines are just not fully tested. And that's why people are getting brain neurological problems, retardation, autism from their exposure to tainted vaccines. Yes, we covered the death of Peter Mayhew, actor of Chewbacca from Star Wars. Very, very sad. Thank you. And you'll remember this by being banned. Thanks for coming in. Okay. Family Guy has Stewie running nude behind a train station claiming he escaped from Kevin Spacey's basement 5 years before this? Really? So Kevin Spacey's like a serial rapist? You're accusing him of possibly being allegedly a serial... Really? Wow. You heard about that 24-year-old bus driver that raped a 14-year-old boy? He got off with probation. That was weird. New York judge let the guy off. New York judges are very liberal. Yes, Peter Mayhew was the first selected as the child in Big Daddy. Thanks for sharing. Mainstream media now calling for the arrest of anti-vaxxers. Oh my gosh, really? So here we're getting more and more revealing of vaccine cover-ups, and all the while the mainstream media is trying to make it seem like if you're an anti-vaxxer, you need to get arrested. Wow, they're tightening the screws on people who are trying to reveal the dangers of vaccines. They're calling for a rounding up of anti-vaxxers. Hey, there you go. Round up vaxxers. Round up anti-vaxxers. You know. Wow. This is ridiculous. There's no evidence that measles has even killed anybody in America. It's kind of strange that there's no evidence that anybody's actually died of measles in America. Yet they're saying, oh, there's 555 cases, there's 600 cases. They're all coming from illegal aliens that Donald Trump is now putting in sanctuary cities because he can't find a place to stick them. Donald Trump is no different than Barack Obama on the border. Believe me, he's a complete nincompoop when it comes to solving this problem. I would have had the border fence built by now. I would have had a 2,000-mile fence built. No question about it. Or 1,000-mile fence built, excuse me. Thank you. I don't want to overdo the plan. There's a lot of things that we would have done in this time period because we would have used practical means to do it. Like building containers. Containers can line up very easily along a line all the way into, a long distance. And a container fence could very well save this nation from this ongoing threat of measles coming over the border instead of herd inoculation of the American people. I have a couple of ideas that would really generate jobs. We've relied heavily on the use of venture capital to get jobs. And Barack Obama made that mistake, giving $530 million to Solyndra, a solar panel manufacturer that never produced solar panels. Cool. That's funny. We have a misanthropy with a different name. Yeah, that's the wrong misanthropy. Yeah. Hey, I'm not going to contest Larry Sinclair's veracity. He did pass a lie detector test with 99% certainty. Okay, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is speaking on behalf of children. Let's take a look. In Sacramento on April 10th. Now, he's getting stifled by Congress. They don't even listen to him. CDC is pretty much in charge of the vaccine proposals. And our Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is being kind of shunned. And Donald Trump isn't doing enough to get him out there in the forefront.
I remember so many instances when I was a little boy of listening to my uncle and to my father talk about how important it was that we listen to people who we don't agree with. It is critical in a democracy to have a free flow of information, to subject every proposition to the furnace of debate, and to say that there's a whole category of discussion that is critical to our children's health that we are not allowed to sue on, and now we are not allowed to talk about, is completely antithetical to any democratic value that I grew up with. This whole issue is rife with this kind of thinking. Every single Democrat knows that these pharmaceutical companies are corrupt, that they're greedy, that they commit fraud, that they're homicidal. And that's not an exaggeration. The 4 companies that make all 72 of the vaccines that are currently mandated for our children, every one of them is a convicted felon. Over the past 10 years, those 4 companies collectively have paid $35 billion in penalties and fines and damages for their criminal behavior and for all their other pharmaceutical products. And somehow the Democrats have convinced themselves that yes, they lie about everything else, but they found Jesus when it comes to vaccines, and they're not going to lie about that. Well, Del and I have an announcement. We are going to sue somebody. And we're going to win. And I hope they take those titers in New York, but I don't think they're going to have to when we get done with them.
All right, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., I'm glad that Trump put him in position to do something. He certainly has he's a man with a mission, and he's accomplishing his mission.
Autism is a terrible...
in my eyes. Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Dr. Sanjay Jain discussed mercury and vaccinations. Good, I'll add that to tonight's list of things as well. Yeah, why not? No, we don't sell Larry Sinclair t-shirts. I think we talked about that, and you can't keep posting multiple times in their show. Founder, executive of drug company, guilty in conspiracy that fed the opioid crisis. Okay, thank you. Misanthropy. All right, and we got a link from Maxed Out Credit first. Joe Biden is heating up, like I said. New details emerge about his connection with the Ukrainian corruption scandal, in which he admitted that he used his influence to get a prosecutor, pulled off a job that was investigating his son, Hunter. So that's going to heat up for Joe because he misused his power there and should never have been able to do that, to get leniency for his son, Hunter, after the prosecutor in Ukraine was going after some corruption issues. So Biden went after him and tied $1 billion loan money to Ukraine into the HR Human Resources plan to get rid of that prosecutor. Yeah, there are people who are attacking us nightly here on the show, Misanthropy. The regular viewers who are trying to get in here are not being allowed in. We've got a few people who have a problem getting in. Bear in mind, we do have a show running right now at Periscope. If you are having problems getting into the chat here, I welcome you at Periscope. We'll read your chat there. Well, basically, this is the reason they're putting it out. New York is they're concerned that Biden is leading in the race. And the social democrats, the social justice Democrats, don't like it. Beto got 25 people at his rally in Texas last week. He's very, very disappointed, especially... People are kind of drifting away from Beto when they found out he wrote a story about wanting to murder children. Meanwhile, Biden has slipped out of the public eye a bit when he managed to stage a meeting with kids and asked them if it was appropriate to touch them on their shoulders and made light of the whole thing. That managed to get him some playtime with the media and less playtime with the kids. Now, these people who are trying to dox us are actually getting paid heavily to do this. So bear in mind, they're trying to stop this show in a big way because they're frightened that it continues to be a major threat to the two-party system. We played Larry Sinclair earlier for the second time tonight. And since that's all you guys can talk about, that's all I'll do. Thank you. I'm glad you're going to wax your hair. At least 28 hippos found dead in Ethiopia's national park. Yeah, Bernie's having a problem when he decided to let all prisoners vote. I can't imagine that being a good move for Bernie. I mean, what was he thinking? Or was he thinking? 28 dangerous hippos are found dead in Ethiopia's national park. Wow. They've been found dead. The semi-aquatic mammals died in the Gibi Shideko National Park. Animals died between April 14th and 21st. We don't know what the cause of death is. It's unclear. Has to be toxicity of some sort. Okay, Sarah is so kind to come in here with a cold. Thank you so much. We're going to turn off our... Right, we're going to put slow chat on. And clear chat here. Hang on. We cannot play the Larry video. That's it. We've only played. We played it
on at the bottom.
All right.
That should be enough.
Okay. Activated on, and that should be enough. Sarah's going to take over. I'll be back in a bit. I'm going to have a little bite to eat and continue.
And feed Amber.
Yes, I'll do that.
Exactly. Feed the cat. She's been going. Actually, she goes. She doesn't meow. She just goes. I've never played Minecraft. Wait. I only played Minecraft once for about 10 minutes. So... yeah. Oh, that sounds good, Ticken. You're gonna fall asleep now or on your trip because you're staying up listening to us now? Minecraft ray tracing. No, don't not wake up. Yes, maxed out credit is right. All the kids are on Fortnite now. Even these like young kids that are like 8 years old that you're like, wait, is that some kind of shooting game? I haven't played it, so I don't know that either. Yes, I see you gave me the article. I put it over here. So, see, there's the article you gave me, Miss Anthropy. I need the Larry video. What, the Larry Sinclair video? No thank you. I hear about enough of it from David. Thanks so much. Yeah, weapon shoot 'em up game. What? Why are kids so young playing it? Should be minimum ages, but of course what happens is kids lie about their ages. And they claim that they're lying about their age because they're told to like not reveal their real birth date online, so they're gonna make themselves sound older than they are. Takes money to install it. Wow. Well, you know the reason it takes money the reason that you need a credit card to get the program actually has to do with a federal law called, I believe it's COPA. There's 3 of them. And COPA, from my understanding, it's like if they have a credit card, there's a verifiability that the parents allow them to access the game. Even if they don't charge the credit card, but that's how they're like saying, oh yeah, see, the parents paid for it, so the parents give consent. How about David can make that? Larry yes, well, why don't you ask David that question, Miss Anthropy? He'd probably be all over that. I hate when people cannot spell in their writing. Oh, never mind. Description. There's an E in there somewhere. They're missing an E. Sorry, Antique. Oh, that would be cool. A worm game called Verminite. Verminite. Yeah, instead of Fortnite, Verminite. It eats its own body weight in a day. That's what worms are cool for. They can eat their entire body weight in one day. Like, can you imagine eating your body weight in a day? Whoa, no. Thank goodness. If people did that, they'd be like humongous. And they have like, I heard earthworms have like 4 or 5 hearts. I don't know, Willie. Alright, moving on. I'm going to look at this Minecraft. The creator Marcus Notch Person sold the title to Microsoft for $2.5 billion in 2014. He won't be part of the 10-year anniversary plans for the game because of his comments and opinions, Microsoft told Variety. He's ostracized himself with his Twitter comments, including transphobic statements and comments about heterosexual Pride Day and it's okay to be white. Wow. Maybe I should max out credit. I've been putting it off. That Mother's Day thing. And then I had this mother come into me. This mother came and showed me, like, these are the things my older students have done when they were young. And gave me lots of ideas, but I'm like, I think for Mother's Day I'm going to keep it simple. But I'll keep these ideas for Father's Day. But, I should be drinking some hot tea, it's true. Yeah. But I did keep her idea. And then my friend told me this really cool idea. Like, you get tempera paint, just a little bit of tempera paint and, like, a lot of water. So it's like water, colored water, basically. And you do a card and you put the kid's handprint and spray their hand. And then their photo can go in the handprint, and then maybe the poem that I want to write could go on the other side. Yeah, it's kind of like prehistoric art. I think the kids would like that a lot. All right, thanks, Antique. Why? What are you saying, Ticken? Oh. I know, I think that you guys are. Yeah, anything that can make a mess. I used to do, so when I taught older grades, we would have like Dr. Seuss Day, and I had this cool art project that my fourth or fifth graders would go help a kindergarten classes. And they made their handprints, so they would do it like, actually it was like this. And so both handprints, but one, it would be, this one would be red, and then this one would be blue. So, and then it would be on a piece of paper. I'd have them, help them paint. So they use paintbrush to paint their hand red and then put it on, and then the sand and then put it on. And it said, and then they wrote like red fish, one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. And then they, like on their paper, I put a little googly eye. You put a little googly eye right there. So then it looks like a angel fish and a little mouth. So it looks like a little angel fish. It's pretty good. Kind of like the red pill, blue pill kind of thing. Kind of. But yeah, I do like the idea of like a spray bottle thing. Be cool to do like two multicolor spray bottles. So it could be like, you could choose your color or you could choose two colors. So you do one spray with like yellow and another spray with blue. Yeah, that would be cool. A little kid's hand inside a big kid's hand. That would be good. No, I don't put my Infusium in a spray bottle. I could. I do have this one Infusium. It's like the 3rd stage and it has like a little nozzle on it. I put that in my scalp. Oh, I like that. Have them trace. Ooh. I could put their mom's hand. Have their parents trace their hands. And then have them put. Ask the moms to send in a trace of their hand and then send the kid's hand. I did this other thing where I did like I had a trace like that. And then I actually, this center part, I took it and made a heart. And then I said, like, you have my heart is in your hands, something like that. Homework for the parents. That's a kind of a good thing. Dear moms, please send in a trace of your handprint. I could just do my hand. That instead of like the mom's, I could do my hand like a bit like just my hand because it's pretty big. And then that way I don't have the mom's, and then I could just do one and then copy it on like cardstock and then do the kid's hand and then no? Because it's not the same. What's a sec? What's that from T? T is like T-Mobile? I mean AT&T? I don't know what that is, Howie. No, you'll never get the chance. 1616. Never. Okay. Well, the kids that don't have mothers, I often say they can write it to anyone in their family. And I think I'm going to stick to, I'm not going to do the hand-in-hand thing. I'm just going to do their hands, spray bottle, like 2 different colors, maybe, I think yellow and blue. Maybe 3 colors. Red, yellow, blue. Because then if I did the primary colors, then I get like, I could get a rainbow effect potentially. And I'd say, oh, thank you so much. And I would put it up and the kid made it for me. Like, I don't have a mom. I made it for you, Miss Hart, because it's Teacher Appreciation Week. And then I would hang it up in my place where I keep their artwork. But usually I ask them, you can make it for your dad if you're just living with your dad, because your dad is whoever's taking care of you, that cares about you and takes care of you. That's who you really do it for. That's what it's really celebrating. For some people it's their mother, and some people it's the person that takes care of you. And at my age level, there should be to someone taking care of them, because they're almost reaching the age they could care for themselves, but not quite. Definitely not legally. Yeah. I think I want it. That's what I want to do. I want to do a handprint. I want to do 3 colors: red, yellow, blue, the primary colors, because then you've got, like, if you spray them, then the red could mix with the blue to make purple, or the yellow could mix with the blue to make green and all that. And then I want to have it, like, maybe my friend was saying, like, the back side, or it could be a card, but it would be good to just do the back side. I could do fingerprinting. I know how to do that. I could teach the kids how to do fingerprinting. Would that be good? Fingerprinting is actually pretty cool and easy to do. That would be cool, wouldn't it? Should it just be like the one finger? Like their right hand and their right finger? Acid etching is funny. Was that person me, Misanthropy? Like, whatever. True, bingo. I don't want to teach dates. Random dates. Oh. There you go. Actually, in the center of the palm is going to be their picture, but then right underneath the picture could be their thumbprint. Because it's going to be, the way to do a thumbprint, the easiest way to do it is you take a pencil and you, like, rub it on just a regular piece of paper, so you develop like this layer of the graphite, and then you rub the thumb in it, and then you take a piece of tape and put that on the thumb, and then you put the tape down. That would be good. I could do that. That would actually be really cool. I like that a lot. And then it's actually something that's very useful too if something ever happens. Here's a picture of here's a picture of my child, and here's their thumbprint. Oh. They hadn't been dating long. Okay. Well, yeah, because she needs a speech class to cure her of, like, whatever. Yeah. I really do love the idea of a thumbprint too. Because that's really unique. I like that idea. Nice job, Maxed Out Credit. Bingo. Oh, God. Bingo, that's hilarious. Bingo wrote, "This is what my child's thumb looked like before he cut it off with scissors at school." Oh. I should do a little hair clipping too. No, I'm just kidding. You what? Cut my hair, child's hair. They can't really get much information from a hair anyway. Little DNA swab. Q-tip. Q-tip. Thumbprint. Photo ID. Oh. You know, a hair clipping you can't get. Like that there's no DNA in there. Or at least not what you need for actual DNA evidence. That's actually not a bad idea with the Q-tip. If I could get away with it, how could I use the Q-tip and actually have it as a DNA thing? I could turn the Q-tip into like a flower. Like, here, this is how you get DNA inside your cheek. And then like put like some kind of little like flower, and then the Q-tip is like the middle of, like, it's the middle of the flower, and we learned about pollination, I could say. And I think I still have those bees. I don't know, but we could glue real bees onto it. Oh man, that's getting really. The hair with the follicle, I'm not going to do that one. I think the Q-tip thing was actually better. Okay, sorry. What's the topic for this evening? I'm talking about Mother's Day gifts, and it turned into like making a identification kit for their child. Okay, you're right. Moms would be totally creeped out by real bees. And it's like but we could still do like the flower with the Q-tip. I don't want to dye the flower, the Q-tip, but I was thinking, but we could put a Q-tip there, and it could be like, where could that be? Like, it could be the flower. And I actually love the idea of a thumbprint. And I actually like the idea of the DNA thing too. They don't have credit scores. They're only 8. Yeah, no RFIDs, but obviously, if they took one of their Chromebooks, that's how I would track them. Credit score. Somebody over there in the other room was talking about that. Don't forget their credit score. Yeah, that actually though is functional. I kind of like that identification kit. How do I say like the cotton swab is actually your child's DNA? In a pill vial? Yeah, I don't want to get the pill vials. Doesn't it? It'll disintegrate over time, right? They could do that, but then the parents could do that if they wanted to. The parents might just be like creeped out a little bit. But I like that. How do I incorporate that into my poem? Put it in a straw. Ooh, that's not a bad idea. I could wrap it in floral tape. Misanthropy says he would feel like his child's privacy was violated if he came home with that. Okay, I'll probably not do the DNA thing, but I think I should do the thumbprint thing. I think that actually is pretty cool. The kids would like that. Well, actually, I was thinking... Now you've got me thinking, though. Maxed out credit has got me thinking. I do have a tiny microscope in the classroom, yes. If I did do, like, the DNA... I could turn it into a flower, So I have like the Q-tip goes into like, say I get green straws, and then I'm not gonna do glass slides. I get green straws, and the DNA, like the Q-tip part that goes down into the green straw, and then up above it, like the other side of the Q-tip has not been used, and that becomes like the pollen for their flower, and then the flower is like construction paper, and I plug the ends where they did take their DNA, and then have their thumbprint, and then they have their picture. Yeah, DNA down, but then the other part is up, and that's the pollen. Like for, and then I could, like now that I'm thinking that, now the other part, I could go and make that like the part that didn't do their DNA could be like yellow, so that it's like, I can put that with like yellow tempera paint. So then that's like the, so then that's the pollen. I kind of like that idea. Where would that go? That would go just like on one of the fingers even. It could be like, here's a finger, and then that's like a little flower. And Sarah can cough on all the cards. And the moms can get a free sick day. Why a straw? Because Maxed Out Credit was like, you could do the DNA thing. And then he's like, well, but you have to like preserve the DNA some way. So if you put the DNA in a straw, then and tape the bottom, then it's preserved in the straw. I used to be able to do 20 good push-ups. I haven't worked out lately. I used to be able to do push-ups off of a body ball, which I still have that body ball. I don't have a cough. You've got sunflower seeds that came with bonsai seed kit too. You can send them to me. I'll plant them. Yeah, I was pretty buff. This time last year I was working out a lot. No, I'm going to turn it into a flower. So it's going to be like a green straw, and then that becomes like the stem for the flower. And then, or like even like the pollen for the flower, the pistil, or pistil, or the pollen. Yeah, see, you've got a green straw from Starbucks, I bet, right? I could just go into Starbucks and say, hey, I'm a teacher. Could I get like 14 of your straws? They're like, yeah, just take them. Oh, Subway. Okay. Subway. I could go in there too.
You're looking for straws?
Green straws.
Green straws.
Well, I think green, right?
Green implies you're environmentally conscious about your straw. Especially in places that outlaw straws. What?
It's one of those videos. I don't know.
What the hell?
Oh, I didn't see what he was saying.
No, everything he says is insane.
So anyway, we're talking about Mother's Day gifts, and I have that poem I want to do, and this mom came in and gave me some other ideas, but then we were talking about, and then I talked to my friend, and she has ideas.
Oh, okay.
And my friend said she did or was thinking of doing like their handprint, and you get like a spray bottle, you put a little tempera paint, which is like washable, but then you spray their hand like they do in like, you see
the outline
like,
of their hand.
Yeah, so then when they pull their hand up, it's like dots, but they're outlined, so it's not like you don't draw it, it just appears out of the dots.
Right, exactly, yeah.
And then I was telling, and then put their picture in the center of their
That's a good
hand.
idea, yeah. For
And
Mother's
then
Day.
Maxed Out Credits was saying, oh, you could put like their fingerprint. And like I could do fingerprinting, it's pretty easy. You like build up graphite from a pencil.
Yeah.
And you roll your finger and then you put tape on it. And
Well, I know how a fingerprint works. Yeah. I got that.
But then he's like,
I mean, you might as well make it like a kit they can take home with them.
identification kit.
Yeah, an ID
So,
kit. Yeah.
so then he's like, how do you collect the DNA on like a cotton swab?
Oh yeah, that'll be great. And without their approval, take the kid's DNA
No,
without
I'm
their.
giving it to the parents.
Oh, of course, yeah, but still and all. I mean,
I'm
it's
not
just-
collecting their DNA.
Oh no,
or
nothing
storing
like
it
that.
in a database.
No, but you have to verify that. Say, verified, not stored in a database.
No, I don't. I just give it to the parents. It's just it's just like a fun how do police collect DNA and how do police do fingerprints.
I suppose, yeah. I think it'd be
And
perfectly.
then the kids can just we're like, how do you
See,
store
even
that?
Dave thinks this is kind of creepy. Thank you, Misanthropy. I mean, I'm getting a little creeped out just talking about the kid coming home with their DNA swabs. Say, look, Mom, I have my ID kit all made for me. And the mother has this fear of the unknown, like what's going to happen to my kid, that kind of thing. I don't know.
What about the fingerprint?
The whole thing just creates. I like the idea of a hand with a picture in the middle. Stay with that. Really. You stay with the hand and the picture in the middle. That's a cool thing. But when you get into fingerprinting and DNA, that's a little bit too off base.
You don't think the fingerprint would be cool?
Not for parents that are a little bit weirded out by the whole idea. I know if I were a parent, and I'm not. It's a parent. I'm not a parent. But if I were, I think I'd be a little freaked out that my kid's teacher is taking fingerprints and DNA samples of my kid. Honestly, even though I'm the one holding on to them, it's a little too much.
Okay, the kids can do that themselves.
Yeah, it crosses a line. I think just to slightly crosses the line.
All right, I'm just gonna do a handprint
And a picture.
and a picture.
That's easy.
it.
Keep it simple.
Keep it simple.
When is Mother's Day? May.
It's not this Sunday, but the following Sunday.
Oh,
Yeah, a picture.
you're passing something on to me, a video.
The picture of a class picture of the kid. May 12th. No, yes. Parents love pictures of their children. That's the parent thing. Bingo's like, just keep it simple. You're just supposed to say, I love you, Mom.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna have to sell it.
You're right.
This has definitely got to go. I've got 6 copies of the same thing.
Am I sure it's okay? Yes, because no one's opted out of having their child's picture taken. And I'm not it's the pictures are for the parents.
Yeah, it's actually a parent thing. Everything's okay at this point, but chat is really not under our control anymore. Mark decided to change the dynamic of our chat show, and he implanted all the T. Ruckers chatters in here, and that's nice. And it just everything's kind of dull because they're very dull and insipid, uncreative people. The T. Rucker group. Yeah, that's what's happening, Chad. But aren't you in the T. Rucker group there, Bingo? Okay. Howie, weren't you the T. Rucker guy? I believe you were, yeah.
I have my thumbprint that I've saved in one of my diaries, by the way.
Oh, really? That's kind of cool. And you have your thumbprint on file with the police, because as a teacher you have to do that. Yeah, so.
That's true. I do that too.
Yeah, I just am a little hesitant to go open up all personal files to government oversight. David, the video Sarah kept for you is something you need to listen to a few times to appreciate. What video is that? On Minecraft?
I think that one. Is it
Photorealistic Minecraft ray tracing? Is that the
or
video?
is it this one?
Or Haunt Muskie? Which is going to be the video? Not Haunt Muskie, but it's the first one, Minecraft.
Oh, the math. Wait. I don't know.
So I put the remainder of the soup in a container you could take with you or have yourself some other time. Hey, you were late for the show. You got out of the ER, was jumped by 4 Russian homosexual goons who believe we're on Mark's payroll, trying to silence me for handing out Sponheim 2020 pins in Midtown Manhattan. Am I supposed to believe you, Ace Spade? Really? Wow, that's impressive. I guess. Mark has a goon squad of homosexual goons? Wow, I didn't know that. You can't get your account activated. It won't send activated for some reason. Well, yeah, well, let's get you guys in the room. I mean, I don't want you kept out of the show. Activated is off. You're in. Well, Sarah, thank you so much for all the time. You need some rest.
I'm going to keep it simple.
Yeah.
I wasn't even going to... Actually, at first, I wasn't even going to do the handprint thing.
Oh, okay.
My friend told me about that, and that does sound...
That's a neat idea with a picture in the middle. I think that's the best.
Yeah, and then I can do like the three primary colors: red, yellow, blue.
Yeah.
And then it becomes like a colorful rainbow.
It does. It's politically correct. Handprints.
Rainbow.
Rainbow handprints with the pictures of the children. You know, that's actually a memento that the mother and father will look back and say, "Wow, remember that?" You know, it's one of those things they'll pull out of the shelf going, "Wow, I remember them."
This is it. Yeah, yeah.
What are we looking at?
Aria Math. I thought that's the one.
Okay.
I don't know what this one, why this
I'll look at it later.
I don't know.
Thank you. All right. Well, the thing is, you know, if you don't get the rest you need, you won't be ready for tomorrow. So you have to get to bed. I would get to bed and I would sleep because you're really pushing yourself to the max. You're doing 12-hour days, if not 15. Seriously. She's working like 15 hours a day. I'm serious. So go to bed and rest. Thank you for doing the show with me. Appreciate it.
Thank you for reminding me. Keep it simple.
Keep it simple, and thanks for making the best broccoli cheddar soup I've ever had.
Yeah, that is really good.
That's the best. And there's some chicken soup if you want to have some, you know. Okay, you're off to bed too, Max. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate it. Max is going to sign off as well. You guys are smart. You go to bed early.
But this parent showed me some cute things, and she's like, "I'd be willing to take the pictures for the kids." So one was like, this teacher did a wall with different shaped hearts, and it kind of looks like the wind is blowing the hearts, and then the picture of the kid like blowing it like this.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like that.
Right.
So we might do something like that. But I was like, I think I'm going to do all those things because she had like this book.
Yeah,
and it's like ideas. Poems and that her older kid had done.
Okay.
And
he wakes up at 5 a.m.
Wow.
Well, that's good. Do something like that because sticking to the traditional is a little bit better than going out on the edge and getting a missing kid kit together for Mother's Day. Here, Mom, here's a missing kid kit my sister made me. I mean, my teacher made me. Yeah. And the mother's like, "This is Mother's Day? This is more like a nightmare." The last thing a mother wants to think about is a missing kid kit.
That's so true.
I mean, really. I don't want to have kids because I would be worried sick if my kids were doing anything. That's why I think it's a liability to be a father when you're that concerned, you know? I'd be that worried about whatever they do. And I don't know how you guys can do it, but congrats to all of you people who are having children. I think that's awesome. Really. I mean, hats off to you. Sarah came from a big family, and I know my parents had 4 kids. Yeah, like a bug out bag. All right, well, get some rest and sleep. Stay warm and turn the heater on if you feel cool at all times.
Yeah.
Seriously. All right. McDundy, you can't use any lot lizard images here. Sorry. That's been purged. Thank you, Sarah. Wow. She's a real trooper for doing this every night with me. Infrastructure Bank, 2% loans, offering U.S. businesses these deals who hire U.S. citizens at a living wage of $15 an hour. That way we actually take the money, and like TARP 1 and TARP 2 is not designated to go into the hands of U.S. companies hiring U.S. citizens. That could have been done. We blew a good opportunity to get our workforce up and running. And now this is the idea, 2% loans directly from the government to U.S. businesses. Now, companies like Walmart don't need a loan. But theoretically, they are a U.S. business, and if they hire their employees for $15 an hour, we'll give them a loan. I want to get the rates of salaries up to $15 an hour for everybody working at Walmart. That's just a goal of mine. I think it's fair. And since they're the largest employer in the United States, 1.5 million people could use a little extra to get ahead in the world. That's for sure. So this is Minecraft is kind of an alternative visual world that you're going into. Oh, it's a math soundtrack. Wow, that's like drone music. It's better than trance music. It's drone music. It drones on and on. No, you should not induce vomiting. That will wear your esophagus down. You could get cancer of the esophagus. Don't do that. Just sit there and be fat and wait for it to go through your system. Yeah, that's funny, Time Pilot. I have a website that has pretty cool stuff on it, coolrock.com. And I'm going to go take a look at, without giving you the full tour, I'm going to go take a look at Mr. Doob's background. And I've got some pretty cool stuff in here. Or I should say Mr. Doob has some pretty cool stuff. You click anywhere you want and find incredible stuff. Yeah, visual, stunningly visual, interactive representations, even a little piece of heaven. You can navigate through heaven. Heaven's kind of boring, by the way. If you want something a little spicier, you can play a game of cards with yourself. Whoa! I can barely keep up. Oh, they just keep. Let me count those cards. Count those cards. Talk about a house of cards, man. Well, just keep putting them out there. Okay, pick a card, any card. What's the next card they're going to come up at? 3. Let's try it. 8. 3s. Oh, they're all 3s. Isn't this fun? I played the Larry video twice. Yes, it's becoming ridiculous. You people, all you talk about is the Larry video. It's like all you think about is Barack Obama having oral sex with Larry Sinclair. There's something wrong with you. Or say you want something completely different, like you got tired of heaven? Then go into hell. Okay. Or meet your maker. Yeah. This is where you meet your maker in the final minutes of life. Ooh. I'm sure Larry made a few videos, but he hasn't been seen lately, ever since he got sucked into the vortex. Ooh, that's an evil thing. It's like got pentagrams. Look at that. Oh, man. I got to get out of this one. This is bad, man. Whoa! Catch the spinning Nerf ball. Whoa! Oh, what about this one? Do-do-do-do. And you thought the 70s were over. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Hey, yeah. All right, we're done here. Let me hit the play button and I'm out of here. That was was coolrock.com if you want to go check it out. It is basically a fun place to watch our show and hang out and draw weird, funky pictures. Funky Comedina. All right. And this Minecraft one is different. Minecraft ray tracing. Okay. I'm going to look at this. Whoa. So it's like all, visuals, simulation with music and right on, man. That looks really wild. It's kind of like an evolving MC Escher painting. I'll look at that later. And the Minecraft creator excluded from anniversary due to comments and opinions. Whoa. So the Minecraft creator had some really outrageous comments and opinions, and he was like excluded from the event. Whatever, dude. Pretty soon people won't have anything to talk about, but just like, duh. Well, I don't know. What do you want to talk about? I don't know. Yeah, it seems like the world is heading in that direction, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm kind of bummed out about the fact that we barely even have any more free thought, let alone original thought. So if you want, you can support free thought at the Free Thought Project. Look at that. Wow. If only I had a thought, I could support it. No, I think I'm just going to close it down. Yeah, now this is weird. The mainstream media is now calling for the arrest of anti-vaxxers. They're trying to impinge upon our rights, and we just played you Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s reveal that the vaccines are not fully tested. And now they're saying if you're an anti-vaxxer, we're going to charge you with a crime. Ugh. We covered the dead hippo story, and boy, you got Minecraft up the yin-yang tonight. What was this Minecraft fixation all about? Yeah, the Larry Sinclair t-shirt, I cannot get authorization from Larry to do that. He can't be found. He did have a brain tumor, and I can't find him anywhere. Let's see if we can find Larry Sinclair. Larry Sinclair location. He was last seen in 2008 at the press conference. Yeah. Barack and Larry Sinclair, man has proof that Obama's gay. His advice, he hasn't been seen since. Let me do this. Let me do Larry Sinclair 2019 and see if there's an image of him. Okay? There he is. Hey, man who claims to have had sex with Larry Sinclair. Let's take a look. See how quick we got there? We got right there to it. Look at that. Always go for images. Conspiracy theorist who claims he had sex with Obama is running for Florida city mayor. Oh my gosh. There he is. Larry's running for mayor, folks. There he is, Larry Sinclair. Author of the self-published Barack Obama and Larry Sinclair Cocaine, Sex, Lies, and Murder has a decent shot of winning the election. That was November of 2018. I guess the election's over. Did he win? Okay, so here's the most recent story on Larry Sinclair, and you can thank me later. I know you're going, Dave, wow, you really helped us tonight, man. You're awesome. When Larry Sinclair's alive, dude. That's so cool. Bernie Sanders, what do you want to talk about? About letting prisoners vote? Is that what? Oh, the Vermont Coalition for Vaccine Choice. Many have asked the U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders' view on mandatory vaccine policy. I had a chance to encounter with Bernie last November in Burlington's Broiger's Bagels. As soon as the words Vermont Coalition for Vaccine Choice came out of my mouth, he said, vaccine choice, vaccine choice. He was wide-eyed. I must have taken him off guard. Look, I'm really short on time, and let me tell you, I'm generally in favor of vaccines. Bernie stands up and begins to make an exit. So he supports vaccines, but he doesn't support vaccine choice? He did say he'd glad to have a conversation, but Bernie Sanders won't come out against the dangers of vaccines. Isn't that interesting? Wow, everybody, think about that. Bernie Sanders unresponsive to the American people. Whoa. He just doesn't have a response. He generally supports vaccines. Yeah. He and the Democrats, Republicans, the two parties support sticking needles in your body that are dangerous substances. Nice. Thanks, Bernie. How about them apples? Yeah, that was kind of shocker. I expect Bernie to think more about choice instead of, look at this poor woman, talk about lack of choice. She has to get gas with her feet because she's a thalidomide child. Or maybe she's a little young to be a thalidomide child. She might have just had a birth defect. But look at how she gets this gas to lift. This is phenomenal. I'm not going to show it to you, but she's quite a spirit, I'll tell you. This gal can really... It's unbelievable. She actually got the thing in the gas without any arms. What a go-getter, I'm telling you. That's amazing. Well, that's the point. Some people feel that there are dangerous chemicals in there. We know that Roundup has been found in most vaccines. You see, the gelatin colloidal mix they put in the vaccines comes from the animals that walk around with their hoofs on the Roundup-ridden ground. Vaccines have not been fully tested. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has verified this. So why is our government so mixed on this issue? Because the CDC makes a lot of money on vaccines, and they have since Obama's days as a senator. When Obama was a U.S. senator, he pushed for a vaccine bill that brought $26 billion to companies like GlaxoSmithKline and Bayer and others. Yeah. He made a lot of money for those people, Barack Obama did, and Trump is kind of the same cloth. He's all about helping the big pharma, CDC controlled. They don't care if it kills people. They've got a slush fund just to sue the crap out of you if you get a kid with autism. Yeah. They can throw about 4 or 5 attorneys at you and basically paint you into a corner, and if you're smart, you countersue for damages, and then you seek a settlement, and that's how most people are settling out with the vaccine issue. The government has a crap load of money that they stocked up because they don't want any of these vaccine cases to go to court. Because if they go to court, the truth comes out, the studies haven't been done, they're dangerous, the government's been lying about the results, etc., etc. You see the point I'm making? Thank you. Oh man, that's good organic coffee. Oh. You can sue over vaccines. Yeah, a couple people did it recently. Recently, a lady sued over the MMR vaccine, claiming that it was contaminated with neuroencephalitis, which most of them are, or I should say a large proportion of them are. Seriously, her daughter went from a fully functional, speaking 15-month-old kid, she's starting to speak her words, to a 3-year-old who can't even handle her body functions. They've got to have her in diapers the rest of her life. She had such severe brain damage from the neuroencephalitis contaminated in the vaccine pool. And I got to tell you, Bingo, the vaccine pool has been contaminated since 1953. There are documented cases of neuroencephalitis in the vaccines themselves that they're still putting in the MMR vaccines. I'm telling you, they're trying to kill us off. And any anti-vaccination person is just following their intuition and their protection of their children. And they shouldn't be penalized for that. There's billions set aside just for vaccine lawsuits. That's correct. It's called the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program. Yep. And unfortunately, that's what is going on. Our government just basically sends you to a revolving door and you get either sued the hell out of or they settle. That's how it happens. No, I know there's a disclaimer, but I'm saying even with a disclaimer, there's ample evidence that the entire study of the vaccine's interaction has not been done at the CDC level. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. just discovered a huge gape in there's a huge gaper in the legislation. They're not following up on the proper maintenance and testing of vaccines. So the CDC is totally liable. They haven't met their aspect of this agreement. Therefore, the agreement that you just cited is null and void. You can sue. The lawyer has to work hard, yeah. Hey, guess 1456. How you doing, man? I'm trying to, think of Biden as a president, and it worries me because he's had so many head injuries with, aneurysms. It just doesn't make sense that he would be, but he is the Democratic leader right now, Biden is. Okay, here's the story, the technology story that's kind of buzzing in the background. Alphabet had more than 70 billion in market cap wiped out in just a couple days. And it said YouTube is one of its problems. Now, YouTube, as you know, people are seeing their accounts shut down all over the place, and they're claiming an algorithm issue, when in fact it's just pure censorship going on, and people are losing interest in YouTube now. Well, that's the point. The CDC hasn't followed up on the effectiveness of the vaccines, nor has the FDA done the appropriate studies on the interaction of the vaccines themselves. And there are numerous vaccines that fall into this category that have not been tested. So, believe me, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is doing a tremendous job. Just follow his work and it'll become immediately obvious to you that we shouldn't be investing a huge amount in vaccines and forcing people to take them. They're just not proven to be tested effective, and the dangers are so relevant to the long-term survival of our species that we shouldn't even begin to think about forced vaccinations. The best thing I can suggest to all of you is my suggestion, which I would implement as president, is deliver face masks directly from the CDC to all the families around the United States as a gift. And I'm suggesting the N95 face masks. For instance, a family of 5 would get 5 masks guaranteed to provide the safety and necessary survivability of an airborne virus. Everyone would have these in their possession somewhere in their house, and if they couldn't get them, we'd have an 800 number for you to call, and we'd ship them out to you within 2 days. Preparedness is what I recommend, not herd inoculation. And I don't think the government can think out of the box like I'm doing right now. I don't think they have the ability to think out of the box. Now, because there are a lot of people who've come into the show thinking that they can carve a place in the show and then crap in the show, I read 6,000 words a minute. And that's way faster than any of you can even type. So don't even think that you're going to come in here and crap on the show because earlier you were just barely getting by. We've got a link from 153. Episode 1, The New World Order. Wow.
There has been a philosophical route to control others since man could first convey a language or put it in writing. As soon as people had power and one slime ball that came out of the ocean developed into a stronger man than his neighbor, somebody had the inclination to control someone else.
Wow, he said a mouthful there, didn't he? Well, this will be a good video for tonight. Thank you, Scissor Fight. We'll play that right at the end of our show. 6 minutes. We can definitely get a primer on the New World Order this way. I would never go to a Trump rally. They're comprised mostly of people who are semi-retarded, if not mentally retarded fully. I mean, it's like walking among the cattle in a slaughterhouse. I would never go to a Trump rally. They're too stupid. Yeah, the fact that they're cheering this guy on when all he does is spout my ideas and then act like he knows what he's talking about is enough to drive me away. Yeah, here's a lawyer's advice. Don't talk to the police. Your First Amendment rights are violated. 46 minutes of a lawyer who really, really lays it on the line. This is something that, like, firsthand word of mouth from a lawyer about your rights. 46 minutes. Definitely, I'll play it tonight.
And later the Solicitor General and the Attorney General of the United States, and then the Chief U.S. Prosecutor for the Nuremberg trials. That's an impressive resume.
All right, we'll take a look. Thanks. Yeah, best not to say anything when you get pulled over, other than your name. But even then, that does, obviously implicate you. Showing your ID is a necessity, too.
No, I've never been to a monster truck show. I've seen 40,000 fire-breathing funny cars, but I've never been to a monster truck show. I would just love to be able to sink my lungs into that carbon monoxide burning on all fours. Breathing in the fumes.
Fox News was busy picking on Nancy Pelosi again. Picky, picky, picky. Her district in San Francisco has the most poop of any district. Yes, there she is. But when they say San Francisco liberal as if to make it sound like it's something negative, them's fighting words. Don't attack my city. Don't attack my city, says Nancy Pelosi. Don't attack my city. Just because people are defecating all over the city of San Francisco doesn't mean that they have to put in toilets. That's asking the Democrats too much to actually think. Yeah, wouldn't it be a logical conclusion to put toilets on every city block? I mean, hello. Why don't the Democrats wake up to the reality that if they don't have toilets, people are going to poop in the street? Siren C passed away, Junket. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry to tell you that. According to people on the internet, she overdosed. Hey, San Francisco, Port of Potties. There you go. The Port of Potties. Great concept. I could see Ghirardelli Square and the Lombardi Street and the Port of Potties. Just have all kinds of portable potties available for homeless people. Yeah, you've been away too long. I heard she died recently, too. I was. We're always sprayed by chemtrails. Every time I look in the sky, I usually see chemtrails in my sky above me. Chemtrails over waters makes me brain dead. Yeah, that right. Thing about this show is we do talk about chemtrails. The Democrats won't talk about them. They just act like they're heavily dosed up. Peter Mayhew died too, yeah. Former, yeah, Chubak, whatever. Faking another hate crime in Winnipeg, busted big time.
It's a combination of video, forensic evidence, and interviews that led.
Okay, we got a serious situation in Winnipeg. Yeah, they're faking hate crimes in Winnipeg. Let's take a look. Now, this is not the first time Jewish people have pretended to be persecuted by faking hate crimes against them.
Of video, forensic evidence, and interviews that led our investigators to the conclusions that they've drawn.
That conclusion, according to Chief Smythe, is that the owners of the Burmax Cafe and Bistro staged the attack at their own restaurant last Thursday. Charged with public mischief are 29-year-old Maxime Barant, 48-year-old Oksana Barant, and 56-year-old Alexander Barant. Investigators wouldn't elaborate on a possible motive.
We treated this and took it seriously at face value, and I expect we'll do that in the future as well. Hence my disappointment that someone would use this kind of hate and racism for for God knows what purpose here.
Mayor Brian Bowman was one of the first to denounce the alleged attack last week. Now, the mayor says he is shocked by the new developments.
I think a lot of us are just surprised, and you know, if like I said, if the charges are upheld by court, it's disgusting.
The cafe was hit by graffiti several times before last week's alleged robbery. Police say it's probable those incidents were also linked to the owners, but they will.
So they were out there spraying their own establishment with a graffiti just to get noticed and to feel persecuted. Wow.
Continue to denounce acts of hate going forward.
We have good people in this community. They're not happy about the way this has unfolded, but we stand with them and we stand vigilant with them. These are just a few individuals that don't act on behalf of a community.
Okay, well, biddy, that's all, folks. Well, I don't know how far. I'm going to keep going. I've got another half hour to talk to you guys about stuff, but yeah, this is a 48-minute video called Paris Ritualized and Analyzed. Analyzed, for those of you who can't pronounce the word analyzed. Unnecessary sacrifice. The burning of the Notre Dame Cathedral. Unbelievable. And here she was, in all her glory, Michelle Obama, Michael LaVaughn Robinson Obama, toasting with a picture of the burning Notre Dame in the background. And a lot of money came into to help rebuild that. So I guess France got what they wanted. It was a veritable arson. They claim it was just a fire due to electrical shortages. And the experts that built the electrical system there said, no way, it is impossible. No way, there are too many safeguards for the Notre Dame to go up. Yeah, looks like a cover-up. Hey, and then why can't these people get off? If they are charged with a crime in Winnipeg, why don't they just use the Jussie Smollett defense? Call Michelle Obama up and have Kim Fox get him off. I don't know. Seems like a little weird. Right here in River City. Oh gosh, I don't know what this is. It's like endless music from Minecraft, dude. I'm a little bit skittish about the whole... Uh-oh, yeah, this is the technology news from the beginning of the show. Hang on. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Okay, first this story. A hacker finds he can remotely kill car engines after breaking into GPS tracking apps. You'd think the government would be thinking about the dangers of this. Apparently there are people stealing cars now with just devices that can rotate and find your exact number that your system uses to hit your ignition. It's like a simple over-the-counter device gang members and thieves can get to just start up and hack your car without even breaking a window. It's crazy, and the government's so far behind this, it's unreal. Now, this came in from last night. This is not an actual deceased person. This is a body that's synthetic, that's used in crisis acting to look like dead bodies. That's not a human being. That's a silicon body. These are all silicon bodies. They look pretty realistic, though. So when you see these events on television and you see blood or ketchup drooling from their orifices, you wonder what's really going on here. Are we really seeing bodies or medical dummies used for medical purposes? All right. And now top Joe Biden quotes and gaffes. Let's see what we got in the archives. Okay, big whoops when Joe Biden was talking about Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He actually said when the stock market crashed, FDR got on television and didn't just talk about the, princes of greed. He said, look, here's what happened. Problem was FDR wasn't president when the stock market crashed. But a guy who passed a bar exam by cheating, Joe Biden, managed to pull that off. Okay, you're going to go to Tech Corner to see if I can get your ID verified? Okay, Prep. See you later, man. So Joe Biden didn't even know that FDR was not president during the stock market crash when he said that. So he's got a lot of gaffes that he's world renowned for. And this is still the top story of the week, in my opinion. Judge Napolitano of Fox News has actually outed the president on many levels, claiming he's committed criminal acts. Now, they go back 30 years. These two have known each other for 30 years. But nothing Donald Trump is going to say is going to stop the attack dog mentality of Judge Napolitano. He is very clear, and he's solid on the Constitution and on the laws, and he's of the belief that Donald Trump has committed a crime, a severe crime. Now, this man who read the document, the 448-page Mueller report, said that Donald Trump's team of people met with the Russians 127 times before the election. Now, that, to me, implies collusion. There's no reason why they would have met 127 times, especially Donald Trump Jr. meeting the lawyer whose sole purpose was to end sanctions for Russia, and then lying about it, on top of it, claiming he was going to be doing some work with Russian adoptions, blah, 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 and then changing his story to say that he was trying to find out emails on Hillary Clinton. All that was BS. They were trying to end sanctions. Donald Trump had pitched the idea to Russia. They gave him money to win the election. Classic violation of the Logan Act. And in every way, totally treasonous when you look at the big picture. So I'm really a big supporter of Judge Napolitano, I'll tell you. He would have gotten my pick as Supreme Court Justice. And I tell you, Donald Trump has come out saying that that's why Judge Napolitano is picking on him. Because he didn't get chosen for the Supreme Court position. Brett Kavanaugh did. I don't think so. I think Judge Napolitano is actually making some real strong points that need to be looked at by all of our people, including you Republicans who continue to defend Donald Trump. I don't know how long we as a nation can stand under the pressure of having a man working for Putin as our president. Considering the number of times Putin is threatening the world. Considering how many times that, we've been threatened by Vladimir Putin. All right, I guess we've got enough people in the chat room. Yeah, we want to go play Minecraft, everybody? Huh. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you talking about my hair or Judge Napolitano's hair? I'm sorry. Yeah. I unbanned you. I kicked you for an hour. I'm sorry, dude. Oh, well. Another one bites the dust. And another one down, and another one down. Another one bites the dust. Hey! Okay, I need some music to bring in here at this point. I've got a stinger for you. Checking my stingers. Do-do-do-do. I bet you didn't know that the Earth wasn't perfectly spherical. Yeah, most people don't know that. This is not the way the Earth really looks like. It's just it's part of an art project that was done by NASA. You didn't know that? Okay, good. We really don't know what the Earth looks like, and therein lies the problem. Hey, don't forget your elevated urban rebounder. I lost 3 inches off my waistline back in 1982 and gained it all back by eating Big Macs. Yes, the gas giants are the closest, like Uranus, Neptune, and Jupiter. You know, I'm of the belief that Pluto does exist. I don't care what people say. I really do believe it is a real planet. I'm sorry, but this recent theory that Pluto doesn't exist, it's hogwash. They say there's only 8 planets in our solar system now, that Pluto no longer exists. I don't believe that, no. I believe in miracles. Trump's Biden plan, it could get dirty. Yeah, Creepy Joe is going to definitely out-creep Donald Trump. Who are they going to talk about? You got grab them by the beep beep, grab them by the pussy versus come on over here, let Uncle Joe have a little feel. So apparently Americans have chosen, it's going to come down to 2 perverts for the 2020 election. Is that right? Okay. I kind of figured we were up to this. Flashback, the DHS 2014 Golden Hoax Awards. Ooh, that looks good. Dateline NBC. Good evening and welcome to Dateline NBC. As this is the first annual DHS award ceremony, performances from hoax prior to 2014 will be eligible. I can't wait. Okay, I will get to that with audio. Yes. Here we go.
The 2014 Golden Hoax Award.
That'll be fun. Okay, we'll play that later tonight. Thank you. Well, they shouldn't have demoted Pluto, but I don't believe that Pluto is not a planet, and I'm going to go on record by saying that, gosh darn it, Pluto should still be there. Please bring Pluto back. Oh, here, yeah, Professor David Keith admits many thousands will die from Harvard's solar engineering program of 2018. Remember, David Keith is this nutcase who keeps pitching this idea of stratospheric aerosol ejection, right? I'm sorry, that link does not work. Okay, I think I may be getting your... Yeah, I'm going to need that image off of the back end of it. I'll cut and paste. Oh, there you go. Thanks. There it is. Now, David Keith is the guy that claims you can
so
stick...
if I made a decision, or if it was a collective decision to do a geoengineering program, and you put, say, the kind of program I think makes more sense, we put about 1 million tons a year in, but let's say... you might end up killing many tens of thousands of people a year as a direct result of that decision.
Okay, great. So the decision to dump chemicals in the air may kill many thousands of people every year. Great, thanks David Keith for your expert testimony after the fact. I'll be watching more of that in a few minutes. Just coming down the circle here, we got a lot of things that are just, you know, not making a lot of sense for people. But what does make sense is this idea. So I am working on various videos that will be bringing forth media verification analysis, and we'll be doing that on our 153news.net site. We have 153news.net/third party, and we'll be bringing you more and more as time goes on. I'm trying to get it set up so I can actually do some of that, just talking into the camera, talking about things. And I'm getting more comfortable. It's a little bit difficult kind of getting everything in line, but I hope to produce a lot more videos that will be watched by people around the world, because YouTube has been censoring me pretty heavily. And we know that our video has been shut down in terms of the counters have been shut down and subscriber numbers have been shut down for about 9 years now. So I'm really glad to have the 153news.net site to bring back a whole new approach to making videos because I'm looking at another creative approach, something different. Right now I'm a little flat starting out, but it'll get better. All right. I do believe satellites exist. I believe we have a great space program to put satellites in the atmosphere. It's very successful. So that much we got our money's worth, but we didn't get our money's worth going to the moon. We really didn't. I mean, they faked the moon landing, in my opinion. And every expert I've talked to concurs. They just don't have enough data and information about the moon landings to verify it actually happened. Having a picture of the moon landing on TV is not easily fakeable. Just like I could put my picture on the screen and you'd believe that I was really here. Now this is me in 2010. As you can see, my face is elongated. Yeah, I haven't changed much. About the same kind of person. I can't move my mouth. It's permanently frozen. I'm constantly smiling now. Hi, welcome to my show. Hello. Welcome to the Dave Smiling Show. How can I help you? It would be kind of weird if I smiled all the time, wouldn't it? You think I should smile all the time? Would that be a winning approach to everything? Madison Star Moon, high bypass jet engines don't create contrails.
High bypass turbofan jet engines do not create condensation trails. The ratio of air to exhaust is much too high to facilitate the formation of condensation because a majority of the thrust expelled from the back of the engine is not combusted jet fuel. It is forced air from the fan blades. It is.
Okay, well, she has a black screen on there. Good to know. I'll play that tonight. Okay. Thanks for coming into Dave's Smiling Show. I did go on record tonight talking about wanting to create a Clean Indoor Air Act. Yes. Yes, I believe that we need some clean air indoor legislation. The Democrats haven't done anything. Did you do those commercials? No, which commercials are those? You're saying that I'm Smiling Bob, the Enzyme male enhancement guy? That's ridiculous. He's in jail. How can I be Smiling Bob when the guy's in jail? It does look a lot like him. I won't, but that guy's got brown hair and mine's clearly blonde. Obviously, I'm not him. Dead ringer. That's ridiculous. This isn't the first time I've heard, no, this is not a wig. This is my hair. Try doing that with synthetic hair. Malfunction, malfunction, malfunction. I am not Enzyme Bob, no. You got me pegged as all kinds of people. I know you. I know what you're all about. You even think I'm, well, frankly, I'm not James Holmes, but anybody could be James Holmes. You just think I'm the cab guy. Yeah, Johnny Cab. That's probably what you're after. Yeah, this Johnny Cab character, people say I'm this guy. And I just don't think I am. Yeah, I would know it if I was. I have no memory of being in this movie. Hello, how can I provide you most excellent service? I am here to provide you your talent and time. I knew you'd want to come on the ride. Where would you like to go today, sir? Sure thing. Yeah. We had a lot of fun tonight. You know, we wouldn't have had this fun if I hadn't had the computer that I have, and if we hadn't been living in this time period, because if this was 1928, I'd be writing a letter or doing a radio, and they'd be hearing me on the incredible broadcasting network. The RKO Radio Broadcasting Network brings you the David Sponheim Show. And it would be sounding something like that. You wouldn't even see my face. Isn't that amazing, all the stuff that's happened over the years? I know. Pretty cool, huh? Oh. It's kind of fun living in this time and age. Unless, of course, you're Elon Musk buried in debt. Smoking pot to try to forget your life is so screwed up. That guy's got $19 billion in debt. He acts like he's on top of the world and he owes $19 billion. I mean, what did he go to the Trump's University School of How to Acquire Debt? Your greenhouse is cold. Well, you must warm your greenhouse for it to germinate. Blah. So dozens injured in clashes in Caracas. So we are definitely going to be looking at that tomorrow, tracking the Venezuelan crisis. But we all know it's an economic hit against Venezuela by the IMF and the World Bank. And our government's complicit.
Guaido, again, like I said, remains defiant. He was on the street yesterday speaking to his supporters. We don't know his whereabouts. He's probably gone into hiding and will continue to make these sporadic appearances. But, you know, he's under a lot of pressure and under the threat of being incarcerated by the Maduro government.
Virginia, how important is military support to whoever is holding power?
It's crucial. I think, you know, it wouldn't be shy away from saying that the way that this develops depends entirely on them. It was quite telling yesterday what we saw on television. On one hand, there was Guaido surrounded by civilians, by the people in the streets showing their support. And a couple of hours later, we saw Maduro surrounded by the military. So I think, you know, that's a pretty sort of emblematic image of where the country stands. I think it's fair to say, and most polls corroborate this, that, you know, the vast majority of people here disagree with the way Maduro has managed the country. He doesn't have popular support, but he does have the support of the armed forces. And
I do not believe that she is telling the truth. She make a big statement about the Maduro, no verification. Making a brand statement about the people are not supporting Maduro without proof. This poor guy can't assemble this thing if he tried. He's so frustrated. When the job does not go the way you want it to go, you just say, forget it. I'm out of here, buddy. I'm not going to do the dang job. Boy, that's a long video. He's pissed. He's just going to have a smoke or something. Think about it, yeah. Somebody put a camera on this workman, and he just couldn't get this job to be assembled properly, and he's just pissed off. You know, I've noticed... Yeah, we'll get back to this later. Thank you. I had a workman put in a water heater one time, and I'll tell you, the guy was so pissed off. I'll turn the sound up on the video when I play it next, yeah. The guy was so pissed off at the water heater, he literally kicked it out the door, and he was just kicking and wailing on my old water heater. I'm serious. But what was really nice is that he did a really good job. It's almost like some of the best work comes out of being totally frustrated. I mean, the water heater he put in has been, knock on wood, really good for a long time. So, but man, was he pissed. He had a hard time wrestling this water heater out of our closet. Yeah, so thank you so much for sharing this great moment with us this evening. We had to cancel the nude Bible study tonight. We didn't have enough people to gather and share and take their clothes off. So thank you for coming in anyway. I know many people refuse to take their clothes off at the Nude Bible Study, and I tried to explain to them that it is essential, but no one wants to do it. You're verified. You're in. Well, I will turn the sound up on the video. That's my whole point. I will play that video. You better believe it. Facebook. It's what's for dinner. You know, I heard that Apple was coming out with a car called a Macintosh. They dumped $170 million into this car idea. Have you heard of a Macintosh? Nobody's heard of anything. Yeah, so forget the Apple car. I seriously doubt if it's going to be arriving. Last quarter, they fired 200 people in that division. I don't know how companies can just throw money at something, not seeing it return on investment, millions deep, and then wonder, well, maybe we shouldn't do this after all. How did they become successful? Well, they borrowed money or they got it for free. Look at Mark Zuckerberg. I mean, seriously? I doubt if he's a real person. He must be related to somebody very, very rich. And it turns out there's a conspiracy theory that Mark Zuckerberg is the grandson of the former David Rockefeller who died. Yeah. And that's a real conspiracy theory that has some merit. Because the guy that actually was David Rockefeller's grandson, was arrested on charges of... that's weird. There we go. He was arrested on charges of marijuana possession. His name was Jacob Michael Greenberg. And the facial construct of his face matches that of Mark Zuckerberg. Now, Jacob Michael Greenberg has never been seen after his arrest for marijuana possession. Yeah, Macintosh makes amp stereo stuff in States, I think. Really? Really? I didn't know that. Yeah. Well, anyway, the story goes, this guy's disappeared and Mark Zuckerberg appeared. And I believe that Mark Zuckerberg may very well have that kind of backing and money. Because he did give $19 billion to the WhatsApp people for a few pages of code. And $19 billion was way overpriced for that particular code. There were 4 other competitors for that texting service. He overpaid it. He'll never get his money back. Hey, come on, that stuff is legal up here. You don't disappear with a bag of weed, Dave. What are you talking about? This is back in the old days, man. This is a long time ago. This is back before legalization. Earth to viewer. Yeah. It was only a couple years ago that legalization started. This is way before that. Well, he disappeared, and that guy's been gone ever since Mark Zuckerberg arrived. And with this story here, the founder of executives of the drug companies are guilty in a conspiracy that fed opioid crisis. So fentanyl has killed 65,000 people. The founder of Insys Therapeutics, Inc. on Thursday became the highest-ranking pharmaceutical executive to be convicted in a case tied to the U.S. opioid crisis, when he and 4 colleagues were found guilty of participating in a scheme to bribe doctors to prescribe an addictive painkiller. There he is. Billionaire founder of the Insys Therapeutics, John Kapoor, guilty of racketeering. He may be serving some time. His 2017 arrest came on the same day U.S. President Trump declared epidemic that caused tens of thousands of deaths. Yeah. Well, it's a revival of the story because I guess he's been prosecuted. They face up to 20 years in prison. They denied wrongdoing, and defense lawyers signaled plans to appeal. Dr. Kapoor is disappointed in the verdict. 4 weeks of jury deliberations confirm that this was far from an open and shut case. And the U.S. FDA approved Subsys in 2012 for only cases of treating severe cancer pain. So apparently fentanyl is an especially potent opioid, 100 times stronger than morphine, And that's why abuse has gone on. You know, I do believe behavior can change with moon phases. Yeah, they're going to be serving jail time. He's a billionaire, and he's going to get, you know, if not years in jail. Weed has always been with us, but people got arrested for a bag of weed 5-6 years ago. In some states, you can still get arrested and you go to jail in Mississippi. And I think it's a year in jail for possession of marijuana. You're not quite with it, man. We're not there yet. Remember, Donald Trump doesn't approve of legalization. I mean, hello. I would think you'd be trying to, you know, get that guy impeached. I certainly am. I think the moon affects people in so many different ways that cannot be understood. Psychiatric hospitals tend to have flare-ups during full moon periods where more and more people come in with mental problems. It's a known fact. Something about the full moon generates, you know, aberrant behavior in people and crazy thinking. Some people chase the moon and, you know, bark at the moon and chase white rabbits, I guess the saying goes. In the old days, barking at the moon and chasing white rabbits was a sign that you're mentally ill. Ruff, ruff. All right, nice to talk to you. I'm glad you're here. Don't act too surprised that I'm still doing the show. We got hit hard earlier by a troll attack. And I made activated chatters off so anybody can come in here. We had slow mode on during our amazing broccoli cheddar soup show, which Sarah finished, the recorded version, which I'll upload later tonight. I think it's safe to say all of our brains are affected by the ambient environment that we're in. And a word of warning for all of you who are using cell phones. Don't hold them next to your head. Keep them at arm's length and use speakerphone. There is a direct causal connection between cell phones and brain cancer, just so you know. That those things aren't just untested in America, they're unsafe next to your head. Studies done overseas show that this connection to brain cancer is compelling. The director of the World Health Organization has made an announcement to this effect, but our president has not. And neither has our government issued a PSA, a public service announcement to the American people on the dangers of holding cell phones too close to your head. It's as if they put money ahead of people and their health. And that's wrong. That's flat out wrong. And it shows you how little our government cares about us. All right, I'm going to wrap that up for now. Thank you for coming in, everyone, and participating in the show. It's always a pleasure to do a show every day and talk about the issues of the day and get these great links. At least we're on top of the news. We know what's been up, what's been down, and what's going down. All right, let's go back to this 3-minute view of a guy having a real problem with his job. But first, my outro song, Mr. Right. All right, thank you for coming in. Take care, everyone. Get some sleep. We'll see you again tomorrow.
You're Mr. Right, no Mr. Right, too good to be true. Spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good just to turn my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. Fun. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.